I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria.
Who have no reason to be in Abuja. They constitute a problem to the traveling public. They follow me to Abuja. I'm the one who is going to go to a meeting. Because they idle in a hotel, they eat more. So I have a lot of bills to pay. In the end, every trip was costing me over 10 million. One trip. And at times I do this 4 or 5 times in a month. So after about the third or fourth trip, I sat down and said, I want you to write name of everybody from me and tell me why and what is the purpose of this person going to be in Abuja. And what did I do? What happened? What did they do? When they finished, I found out the only person that needs to go to Abuja is me. So I said to them, leave it, because some of you must have heard Peter Obi travels alone. No, because the other people, I don't need them in Abuja. I give you an example. If I had taken police from Waka to Abuja, there might be about 12, 20, 15 security men. And then each time I go, let me use today's pricing. One ticket one way is about 30,000. Coming back is 30,000. I found out that I can talk to the IG then Onovo. I said, Onovo, when I'm in Abuja, give me 3 policemen. The other person, give me 2. When I'm going, I give them 5,000, which is not up the ticket of one person going. I say, give 2 people. So nobody followed me to Abuja. 1 minute, because my time is going, Nobody followed me to Abuja. So when I call, the people say, hey, Peter Obi is traveling on his own, he's carrying his bag. I'm a young man, I can carry my bag. What is the confusion? And I told them, I said, listen, this is not a problem I started from here. I had this problem while I was in the bank. So I know, and I'll tell you that experience. So I said, that stopped. The House had to question me at the end of, there was a time they wanted to go to what they call the World Igbo Congress in America. And they showed me that somebody before me had gone with 40 million. And they said they reduced my own is 32 million. I said to the PAMSEC, can you write me what is implication of this to Anambra State? Nothing. He just kept telling me they have reduced it. I said, no. Well, let one person go. Whatever the Igbos in America discuss, they can tell us by this thing. When I changed, we came to the government house. When I started being a governor, no permanent secretary in Anambra State had a car. The judges didn't have a car. And meanwhile, there's in the budget provided there's a 150 million naira for the government to buy 2 bulletproof cars for the governor. I said, okay, fine, it's good. I took it, called one Mr. Eric, who was then the GM of PAN, with Onyemuchen Namani, and said, listen, I want you people to do me a favor. I want to buy, they used to sell Peugeot 406, 3.7 million. I said, I want to buy about 100. So you sell it to me 3 million. The Frenchman agreed with me. So I took the 150, gave him as deposit. He gave me the first 50 vehicles. I had 18 judges, so 18. I had permanent secretaries, 19, so 19. The governor will keep 10. So all my first tenure, if you're around Doka, I used 406 Peugeot. And nobody kidnapped me, nobody shot me, and we saved that money. We had, some of you might have, I was removed from office twice, because he was talking about sharing money. And I can tell you why I was removed from office. It's all part of this. when I was starting, Anambra State government house was burnt. Because when I say where we are going to save money, I want to tell you how we saved it and how we were able to be the only government that left and didn't borrow money from anybody. It stayed saved. When Anambra State, in 2004, the Anambra governor's house was burnt, the governor's lodge, as well as the government house. Coincidentally, in 2006 when I started, the budget to repair the government house was 298 million. To repair the governor's lodge was 481 million. These are the two reasons why I was impeached. The third was saving money without permission. And I said to them, wait a minute, I repaired everything in the government house, this is governor's office. I repaired everything with 43,200,000. The only thing I didn't buy new was furniture. Because there's a table used by one of my predecessors that was kept somewhere, and they say it's old. But I called the man, the furniture man, I said, if you wipe this seat, would it be neat? I just want to say you're right. Let's to buy a new one. Why are we buying new one? The governor's lodge. I had a point. I want you to tell, I'm no longer the governor, so these are things you can verify. The governor's lodge, which was a budget of 486 million, I repaired everything with 81,700,000. In both of them, because the contract was awarded before I came, they said I did it without passing through the due process. Because I've awarded the contract. And I said no. Obasanjo as president, because one of the things that I did is that we had a governor's lodge in Lagos. We had a governor's lodge in Abuja. We had almost 60 workers in Abuja. And I asked them, why will governor of Anambra State have a lodge in Lagos? Why will he have a lodge in Abuja? Does he live in Abuja? What is he doing in Abuja? You know what they wrote me? Every other government have it. I said, that's not what I asked. Why are we having to have a lodge in Abuja? I don't live there. Each time I go to Abuja, the cook there, we will need to give him about 30,000 to cook. And I said, cook, you're going back to Oka. It costs 5,000 naira to eat buffet at Hilton, and you charge me 30 here. So what are you cooking here? You must go back to Oka. You know. And people will tell me, oh no. People will say, hey, wait a minute. I said, cook, you must go. I shut down, as I lived at governor's lodge here for 25 years, shut down our governor's lodge in Abuja. Everybody said to me, Peter, you can't do without governor's lodge. I didn't have one for 8 years because it was not necessary. I told everybody who was there, we had almost 15 drivers in Abuja. When I'm at the airport, everybody's there because creating confusion. I said, listen, we need 3 drivers in Abuja. The rest will either have to go and look for work or come to Oka. We don't live in Abuja and everything. And this, Obasanjo wanted to come to Anambra State. Every state you go today, they have what they call presidential lodge. And they said, we have started building one for almost $500 million. I stopped it. Obasanjo wanted to come to Anambra State. And they said, I went to them and said, listen, tell Mr. President, he can come in the morning and go in the evening. We don't need him to sleep. We don't need him to sleep. They said, no. They said, no, he must sleep. He must sleep. I said, okay, let's not worry about it. I went to him, that day I'm telling you what, I went to him, he came in October, end of October 2006. I went to him, I said to the chief of staff, I said, tell him please, he can come in the morning. He said, no, he must sleep, he's doing this. I said, okay, no problem. I called the people, say, since he cannot stay in a hotel, and he must sleep, come and see where I live. This is where I live. If this place is okay for him, I will give you the key for 1 month. Then I'll go. When he goes, they were very nice to me. I can tell they were very nice. They said to me, we need it for only 1 week. So I came back and told my dear wife, she's the only one who has property there. I said, bring out your thing. The president is going to sleep in this room. We are going to give them the key. I went across to a hotel called Pactonia. The man charges 30,000 per suite. For that 1 week, you know how much he charged me? 100,000. That is what I would have spent 500,000. So Obasanjo came on Thursday, stayed Thursday, Friday, Saturday, he left. They gave me back my key. And I saved 500 million, which I would have used to do the lodge. I would have been maintaining it by now. So Anambra State does not have a presidential lodge because the president doesn't live in Anambra State. He lives in Abuja. They told me that I don't have, they wanted a car. They said to me, oh, you must have a treated car, a bulletproof car that the president and his people can use. I said, I don't have. Bring your motor here. All I will tell you is that I will not, if you want that, I will enter it. But I will not, I don't have anything. They argued and argued and argued. Luckily for me, I have a neighboring state that bought that type of car. I said, okay, I'll go to this state and ask them to bring their car here. When you people go, they carry their vehicle. I don't have, and I won't buy it. What am I trying to say? You can do all this. You can save all this money. There's so much waste in our system, and we all tolerate it. People tell you today, I had people. Yes, I quoted with people. People who said they come and do courtesy call. That was what I was telling Prof. I was quarreling with people. Somebody said he wants to do courtesy call. He wrote me a letter. As he's going, my protocol people come say, hey, God, this bishop or this chief, welcome now. I said, what? He said, we'll give him something. I said, the man just said, you want to see me.
Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, Honorary Special Advisor to the President on Finance and member of the country's economic management team, is the immediate past executive governor of Anambra State. Mr. Obi attended Christ the King College, Onitsha, and graduated from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, with a bachelor's degree in philosophy. He has attended several executive programs at top business schools in Nigeria and abroad, including Harvard Business School and Kellogg Graduate School of Management, USA. He is an alumnus of Lagos Business School, having attended the Chief Executive Program, CEP 11, in 2002. Mr. Peter Obi is a thoroughbred professional and fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. He has excelled both in private enterprise and public service, and had at various times been the chairman, Fidelity Bank PLC, chairman, Guardian Express Mortgage Bank Limited, chairman, Paymaster PLC, to mention just a few. As governor, he was elected vice chairman of the Nigeria Governors Forum and chairman, Southeast Governors Forum, amongst numerous other federal government appointments. Recently honored as the Outstanding Igbo Man of the Decade by the Champion newspaper, Mr. Obi is credited with introducing fundamental changes in Nigerian politics and is remembered for the following achievements while in office: exemplary commitment to reforms and development, building relationships between Anambra State and other countries such as USA, Britain, Russia, European Union, Belgium, Israel, Venezuela, and others. Attracted big Fortune 500 companies like SAB Miller, Distel, and GlaxoSmithKline, Nemeth Pharmaceuticals, etc., to Anambra State. Under him, Anambra State was rated the least indebted state in Nigeria by the Debt Management Office. Anambra was adjudged by the Federal Ministry of Works the state with the best network of roads in the country, having asphalted over 800 kilometers of roads. He reopened long-closed schools and returned missionary schools to the original owners with a grant of 6 billion naira for their rehabilitation, distributing over 30,000 computers, internet access, Microsoft academies to over 500 schools. Anambra State students, for the first time, achieved first place nationwide in the 2013 WAEC and NECO Common Entrance examinations. He provided 700 buses to secondary schools in the state and provided boreholes to over 300 schools. He also built classroom blocks in all the 177 communities in the state. He ensured the payment of over 35 billion naira in outstanding pensions and gratuities in the state since 1999. Before he became governor, no single health institution was accredited in the state. But under his administration, 10 schools of nursing, midwifery, and medical technology, as well as 2 hospitals, were accredited. Mr. Peter Obi stands for justice and fairness and was the first Nigerian governor to reclaim his governorship mandate after 3 years in the court, giving confidence to others to pursue their stolen mandates. He is also the first governor in Anambra State to serve for 2 terms since democratic rule in 1979. Perhaps Mr. Peter Obi's greatest legacy in office was his financial prudence. He funded development projects without borrowing money from financial institutions, nor raising bonds. And he handed over to his successor, Mr. Willie Obiano, also an alumnus of LBS, the sum of 75 billion naira in the form of cash local foreign investments. In a recent testimony, the Anglican Bishop of the Diocese of Amici, Right Reverend E.O. Ikako, spoke glowingly of Mr. Peter Obi while advising his successor, Mr. Willie Obiano, to toe his checkered steps. Mr. Obi is a native of Amatutu village, Agulu, Anaucha, LGA of Anambra State, and he's married to Margaret with 2 children. For contributing in an outstanding way to the development of Anambra State and Nigeria, for contributing in building an oasis of sanity and expanding the ideas of what is possible and what can be done in the society, setting new standards in the process, and for reflecting the ideals of the school both in private and public service, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi is hereby being honored with the Lagos Business School Distinguished Alumni Award.
By special request, I'd like to invite the Dean, Lagos Business School, Dr. Naso Konedo, to please join the President in giving the award to Mr. Peter Obi. Can we please clap for the Dean as she comes up? Thank you, photographers. Thank you. Mr. Peter B. will say a few words.
Okay.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I was just saying that the other people didn't say anything. I wonder why they want me to say something. Mine will be just gratitude. Number one is gratitude to Lagos Business School for what they are doing and their contribution in building a better country. Number two is gratitude to the association for what they are doing. And number three is same gratitude to all of you who are gathered here. I'm sure you're helping to build a better Nigeria. Thank you for this night. But in doing so, when they were reading, they always said I left 75 billion. I always like to correct it whenever people say that. We didn't borrow because I saw when they talked about we didn't borrow from the bank and no bond was issued, nobody clapped because it was bad business for most people here. We didn't borrow because we know it would be difficult for us to pay back. Some states are borrowing because they can pay back. But for me, the reason why we didn't borrow is that we needed to first, I always say, people always say, what is your greatest achievement in Anambra State? I always say to them, bringing civility and order in governance. It is not about infrastructure. It's not about infrastructure. It's not about this or that. The bringing order in governance is more critical. Some of you might not know that the greatest problem we face is not just corruption, but even indiscipline and irresponsibility of office holders. There's nowhere in the world you see somebody who is supposed to be a custodian of the law breaking the law consistently, except in this country. Because he makes sure he jumps the queue if other people are queuing. He makes sure he does everything that is wrong. So for me, doing that was the most critical thing. Let me plead with all of you this night. Whenever people talk about you, all of you are being to good schools. I always have friends like you who tell me about Singapore and this and that. And what I tell them that if you go to Singapore, and that's the only example I'll use, the best people are in government. The best brain is in government. I plead with all of you, as you enjoy and do whatever you do in your good office and everything, please do not leave governance to the least in the society. That's what we are doing today. The role models we have in government are the least in the society. And all of us are complaining. There's no way we won't complain. There's no way. People say to me, how were you able to save money? It was very simple. All we did was to shut down the cost of governance. In 8 years, I never had a governor's lodge in Abuja. Why should I have it? I don't live in Abuja. It's not necessary. As a governor's lodge in Lagos, you can go and see it. I lived it for 25 years. I don't live in Lagos. Why should we have governor's office in Lagos? In one year alone, we cut the cost of governor's travel by 80%. Why? When they invite me to Abuja for meeting, I'm the only person invited. Why should I go with 30 other people who nobody invited? And they have no reason to be there. And that's what is happening. You don't need to go too far. No, it's important that you know that. That is what is your problem, the cost. I have to pay for 30 people, nobody invited for the meeting. They constitute a nuisance to the traveling public at the airport. I go to the hotel and pay for them. And you know, because they're idle, they eat more. Because they have nothing they're doing. Why should I pay for them? And that was the cost. And it's important that if you people get involved, because when people say, they say, where did you get the money from? We didn't get the money from anywhere. We had 12 governors' guest house when I started. I shut all of them down. I'm a married man. If I finish work, I go home. There's no reason why I should go to guest house. Because he's the governor. The governor has to live an exemplary life. It's important that you people, the reason why I'm saying this for you to get involved. I give you one example that saved us over $500 million. Obasanjo was to visit Anambra State. In my tenure, he has phoned me. He's there, and they said, I have to build presidential lodge. I said, the president doesn't live in Anambra State. Why should I build a lodge for him? By the time I know it, they have directed somebody who had already packaged contract of $500 million. I said, we will build the house. Within 6 months, you will complete it. I said, not as long as I'm here. You're not going to build this place. The president can come in the morning and go in the evening. He doesn't have to sleep here. He doesn't have to sleep here, and I'm not going to do it. When the president phoned me directly, when Obasanjo said, yes, he must sleep in Anambra State, I went to him. I said, Mr. President, it's very simple. I have a lodge as a governor. My bed, everything is there. What I'm going to do, I went to his people, let me vacate this place for 1 month. For you people, you stay here. When you go, I come back. I don't need to build a new house. And believe me, they accepted my own position, but took my keys for 1 week. I asked my wife, listen, carry everything out. We'll go 1 week, let them stay here. He slept in my own bedroom and everything. And 1 week we spent in a hotel in Oka, 120,000 naira. That would have cost us $500 million naira. Why are we going to do it? We don't need a lodge. Because when people say it, they say, how did you do it? We shut down the cost of everything. And I can say it here, Access People banker here. I have in Anambra State, the day I left, today, not even today I left, have at least $50 million. I didn't say naira, in Access Bank. They have at least $56 million in Fidelity Bank, and they have at least $50 million in Diamond Bank. Because we said we will save our money. We don't need to. But I'm saying all of you here can do it. There's enough money in this country. The irresponsibility, waste is too much. The greed is too high. This is the only country where people like me in office wants to own everything in the world. It is not so. You don't need to. You can serve your people, reduce your greed, and produce maximum. So please, I urge all of you, be part of building this country. You can do it. I've handed over to one of you. And like I told him the day I handed over, I spent my time, I spent my energy, I spent whatever little savings I have to make sure that he is the governor. He started well. Everybody listened to me the day I handed over to him. I have no agreement with him. I have nothing with him. The only thing I have with him is, please build a better future for the children of Anambra State. Give them a better life. All of you here can participate. Go to your various wards, your various communities, in various ways, and help us to build. Nobody can build this country. We have no other country except this one. Nobody can do it. Not the people who are there today. I'm happy Ben is there. Let me tell you, the characters of the people that are there cannot change it. They cannot build it. So if you want to stay here and think that, oh, they will change it. No, 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 no. They will not change it. I always tell people that when I went to Anambra State, it was a case of where lunatics were in charge of the asylum. I needed to put them back to the asylum and build a better place for the society. So you can do it and you can change it. So collectively, please, when you go back to your homes this night, look at your children. When you look at your children, you make up your mind. We must stop this abuse of our country. Otherwise, the society we abuse today will take its revenge on our children tomorrow. Let us build a better place for them. Thank you and God bless you.
You've served your state at the highest level. I don't think you can do much more than what you've done in the last 8 years.
Period.
And I guess your vision now is national and possibly global.
No, even local government. I want my local government to work.
But you will not want
I
to
want,
become
I
a
don't
local
want to
government
become
chairman.
No. You don't want to be. You must not be chairman or be this to be part. But I want the local government chairman to know, hey, wait a minute. What we want is to give people hope. Don't come and tell us you're doing this when you're not doing it. If you know what you're doing, say it. And always be ready to learn. People say to me, oh, what is your successor going to do? He has a lot of job to do. We've just laid the foundation. And even in laying the foundation of any building, you can maybe there's an area the foundation is not good because there might be crack from there. You do it properly. Like I said, and remember that most of the things I did, I had to do it dragging the people, yelling and crying, even with the times without the rules, because you know what I said when I was impeached. People said to me, oh, you were impeached. What happened with your impeachment? I said, I did nothing. And people didn't believe me. I said, I did nothing. The only problem I did is that I was a driver who had a bus load of people who had since passed their destination, and I was trying to take them at good destination. So when they couldn't stop me, they pushed me out to go back to where they used to be. So I had to drag them from there, yelling and crying, to the destination where I brought them now.
So what's your vision for Nigeria? Because this is something that I find quite interesting. Once you've served as a governor, some people will then go to the Senate and cool off for another 4-8 years.
No. I'm not going to the Senate.
What's your vision for Nigeria?
I'm not going to the Senate. I'm not going to anywhere. And those who are going, they have their reasons to want to go to the Senate. My purpose is that I'm not going to the Senate, and neither am I going to House of Rep. But yes, I want, if I have the opportunity, if I'm asked to serve Nigeria at any level in order to get things to work, I will do that. It is, I keep saying that by the society my children will live in. I do one thing every day. I tell my children to travel to the most difficult part of the world. My first son spent 1 year going from Costa Rica to a couple of Vietnam, all those things. He's a primary school teacher. That's what he done. I have only one son, and there's a primary school. He goes, help them build schools and everything. As I talk now, he's somewhere in Africa. I think he's in Tanzania. Phoned me yesterday. I in Tanzania. I'm on Easter holidays. I'm helping the children in Tanzania. And they said, listen, when there was earthquake in Haiti, I spent 1 week there with him. I went personally as the governor. We went together, and he can experience. For us, we stayed in a place where we had to queue to use the toilet, to use the bathroom. And when we come in the morning, I'm number 20, he's number 25, and everything, where I was governor. And he could experience that we're privileged, and we have to. So all those things done and everything. My daughter came in this morning, and he said to me, listen, Daddy, I want to go to Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, and this, because I heard what is happening to the children. I've asked him, every time I said to my son or my daughter, why don't you do this in Nigeria? Well, my son said, Daddy, I can't do it here. Wherever I go, they say, it's governor's son, it's Peter Obi's son. They can't even allow me to live my life. You're the governor. I didn't ask them to vote for me. You asked them to vote for you. So I want to live my life by looking after the children. What I want to see in Nigeria is that let people care for the country. It is a country. We have people who are hungry, we have people without jobs and everything. And that is where I support President Jonathan. He means well. I can say it any day. He thinks about the country. What we need now is to also have people who will do the same thing, because he can't do everything. He's alone. He needs, and people, when I look at people like Ngozi Well, and people won't understand, Ngozi means well. And we're getting more, when you get more and more people, because for you to succeed in government, it won't just be you. It's like a preacher in the church. If you're preaching and everybody wants to go to hell and doing the opposite, there's no way you can make a good bishop, because anything you like, you preach. They go out and do the worst things, So that is what is happening to them. A preacher or the bishop, the congregation must believe in the same thing and be doing it. You might have one or two like Jesus did, can have one or two Judas along the line. But when the Judas is more than the people, if all the 10 disciples were, people who are criminals, he would have been sold earlier than the time they sold him. So we wasted time because he was only one. The other ones believed in him. So what we need now is to convert more souls to believing in what we are doing, to believing that this is the right way to go, to believing that maybe rebasing or this is good, things like that.
You're saying what we're doing as you're part of this government then?
No, I'm not part of it. I'm saying, well, I participate in it one or two ways.
Okay. Now, we have to start winding down now. What would be your message to Anambrarians all over Nigeria as their ex-leader?
Well, mine is to support the present government. That's what I do. I believe
government of
I believe that Willie Obiano will do well. I believe he means well. He needs our prayers. He needs our support. Wherever I go, that's what I do, just like I do for President Jonathan. Remain prayerful, remain steady, do everything. Don't just go into criticizing. When they bring out policy, look at the policy and urge them to do the right thing. And I believe, like I said, he started now. He started in the right direction. I watched 2 days ago, they were doing security seminar, which is good. That is what's it, because security is very critical. And I was happy when the IG of police said in 5 years, there have not been any bank robbery in Anambra State. That seems to be sustained. It's true. We never had any bank robbery while I was there. So that's why it needs to be sustained. It needs to be improved on. And so it's in other areas. For me, that's what I want them to do. I've talked wherever there's need for me to be part of advising on anything. That's it. But my most important prayer is that he succeeds. And don't forget, I'm part of his guarantor, if you may say. So it is critical that he succeeds, because it becomes a problem for you when you sign a guarantor for anybody and then the person fails. So for me, it is critical that Willie Obiano and Kibokeke government succeed. And I pray for them every day. I can tell you. I pray for Jonathan, I pray for Nigeria, I pray for them and everything. And that's why whenever I see any issue that people like issue of rebasing now going on and people are talking what they shouldn't be talking, I feel bad. Because this is a move in the right direction. Rebasing is done, it was done in Canada, in Australia, in the US, in Britain and everything. Somebody found that there's what you needed to include in your calculation, which you didn't include, you included it, which has made our country great, had made our debt to GDP come below 10%. What we should be doing now is say, since we are allowed to borrow maybe up to 60% of our GDP, now that it's come low, what are we going to look at and say? Some people say, oh, don't borrow. Some people say, no, it's not. Let us look at those things that we can do that can change and create jobs. Let us look at those things that can make us build on infrastructure that is totally deficit. Let us look at those things that will provide power and say, okay, this thing, there's nothing wrong in borrowing. If you're borrowing to do what will bring value and pay itself back, borrow.
Okay, so finally, we have to close now. And let me just ask you this one question as we close. And that is, will APGA have a presidential candidate, or are you looking at supporting the man you believe has a vision for Nigeria?
Well, that is for the party. For me...
But you're pretty much the chairman emeritus.
I'm leader in APGA, but it is not for me. I like to talking... When you want to talk for a party, you consult other people. We have party chairman, we have a governor, we have other leaders in the party. You talk, you don't go and answer.
Decision of the party.
It's not me. I don't answer recklessly. You need to consult.
Okay.
It is important. It's leader of the party. Victor May is there as the chairman, Willie Obiano is there as the governor. Even if I'm the leader, you consult them and you deal with them.
Okay.
All right.
Our special guest of the week this morning, the former governor of Anambra State, Mr. Peter Obi. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Sunrise will return in just a moment with yet another very interesting conversation.
And just to let our viewers know that the Lagos Economic Summit has ended. And our correspondent, Chimeze Obiwagu, brings you a special report, which is usually our focus on the economy. Here is the report.
I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria.
Peter Obi. While in office, he served in additional roles as the chairman of the board of SEC and special advisor to the president on finance. He is a graduate of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and he's also an alumnus of Harvard Business School and many institutions. Please join me as we welcome Mr. Peter Obi.
Well, after listening to that wonderful presentation by the professors and my senior brothers here, I wonder what I'm going to say again. Let me start by thanking Pastor Poju for what you're doing. Ordinarily, this type of organization would have cost government millions to do. And that is part of what we're saying when Bismarck said we have to stop issue of conferences. I thank them, like I said before, my two senior brothers have spoken, and they are respected people, economists, wonderful people. So for me to come after them when I'm not an economist, I'm just a trader. I'll only just add, because I've had the opportunity of serving and be able to say, well, I thank Professor Soludo. He showed clearly that the problem is politics and showed how we can go. But for me, I was reading the Chinese ambassador's letter a few days ago. He said you have to look at where you are and be able to then say where you want to go. So for me, really, is that as Nigerians, as we look forward to what Professor Luda said that we should do, look at tomorrow, it is important that we look at where we are today as well. And what are we going to do with the people that are in Nigeria today? And then from them, we'll lay the foundation of that tomorrow. Today, Nigeria is a home to the highest number of poor people living in any nation. It says that Nigeria have moved from 86 million to 98 million persons living in extreme poverty. In fact, we are growing at 5% annually. Every minute, 6 Nigerians fall into poverty. Just a decade, a few years ago, China, with a population of 1.4 billion, and India, with a population of 1.3 billion, had more people living in extreme poverty than Nigeria. By the year 2000, China had 500 million people living in extreme poverty. But by just adopting and strict implementation of Millennium Development Goals, they've been able to pull 439 million people out of poverty. Just in 2012, India had 276 million people living in extreme poverty. Today, they have less than 76. Nigeria now have more people living in poverty than these two big countries combined. And that is our crisis. And this can be collaborated when you look at our own HDI. If you look at the summation of human development is Human Development Index. This is a measure of how a system is developing. And it's categorized into very high, high, medium, and low. And if you look at it today, Nigeria would have over 157 in position, is among the low. And if you look at the critical components of it, there's three of them. One is life expectancy. The global life expectancy today is 75 years. Nigeria is 54. 20-something years below. In fact, Nigeria is the third lowest. It is very clear. The second is education. Nigeria today is home for the highest number of out-of-school children, 13.2 million. In fact, if you look at what the minister is saying is correct, it should be about 15 million. And if you look at it, of all the countries I'm going to use to show an example of where we are and what we want to do, which is countries that are within the BRICS nation and countries that are within the Mint nation, Nigeria is the only country where you have such a low literacy rate of 51%. All of them are on the average of over 90%. Nigeria is 51. And this is because of our own gross lack of the impact of education, which is what the previous speakers were saying. Number three is per capita. Per capita, as the professors have mentioned, is a measure, is what you can call a measure of living, because it's a measure of individual wealth of any country. Nigeria, unfortunately, is one of those countries where the per capita has been falling for years now. In the recent IMF report, it says Nigerian per capita will actually continue to decline until about 2025. So it's not stopping. You could see that in 2015, we were 2,500. Today, we are 1,920. This is about poverty. If you look at security, Nigeria is now the third most insecure place to live on the surface of the earth. We are now behind Afghanistan and Syria, and with daily killings, banditry, and kidnapping, it is being speculated that Nigeria will soon overtake them. Our underemployment and unemployment is one of the worst in the world. People will tell you it's about 25, it's actually over 30%. And with over 22 million young people in their productive age doing nothing, it is very worrisome. And of course, concomitant with all these devices we are seeing today, whether it's banditry, whether it's mass killing, kidnapping, and all sorts of things. These are what we are going through as a country. Our debt is escalating every day. If you recall, on May 1, 2017, at this platform, I warned and cried about the debts we are piling. Because I was not an economist, because I hadn't had the opportunity of working in any of the Brentwood institutions, the then Minister for Finance said, no, that we are going to spend our way out of recession. Today, all the economists at the Brentwood institutions are complaining about our debt. We are now almost at 28 trillion, $90 billion with little or nothing to show for it. What is even worse, the debt is growing daily, and consequently, the service, what we require to service it, is worsening. And I'll give you an example. In 2017, we spent $1,630 billion naira to service our debts. In 2018, we spent $2,090 billion naira. Within 1 year, it was 460 billion naira 460 billion naira in 2018 was 90.3% our budget for education. And the same amount was 125.6% our budget for health, just to service debt. And we are still piling up more debts. It's still growing. There are some economists and some Nigerians or some people who say, oh, our debt is not our problem. Our debt to GDP is low. Our debt to this is low. I don't then disagree entirely with them. Our debt to GDP is about 25%. It's low when you compare it to other developing nations whose GDP is actually in the region of 40-50. But it's not about debt. It's what you use the money to do that is the crisis. Yes, you can say our debt is low, but when you have little or nothing to show for it, then you have a problem because you're borrowing for consumption. We have countries, when we said about countries that are wonderful today and good today, one of them everybody cites is Singapore. Singapore debt to GDP is over 100%. Over 100%, that's 115% of their GDP is their debt. But what is the difference? If you go and see Singapore, in Constitution of Singapore, it says you can only borrow debt for capital project that will pay itself back. So all the debts they've borrowed over the years were invested. They're proper. They know where it is. Singapore today is building the biggest port under the sea that they will launch in 2050. That's where Soludo is saying we should go. So if they borrow money to do that, you go and borrow money for shaku shaku dance. You're finished. So that is a crisis we face as a nation. Because of the way we are borrowing money and what we are doing with it, it is not impacting on our growth. We are one country that is borrowing money. It's not impacting on our growth. It's not impacting on per capita. Nobody is seeing it. We didn't see the bridges and everything that it was used to for. So our debt is worsening, and we need to do something about it. Today, we are the most stressful country. If you read the stress index, they said we are the most stressful. In fact, a famous doctor in Lagos told me that he has found out that all his patients, once they arrive in Nigeria from overseas, their blood pressure goes up. And it's a record that he has. If you come to inequality, Nigerian inequality today is the worst. 157 over 157. We're the worst when it comes, if you look at the Oxfam report. In America, 1% of the richest Americans control 37% of their wealth. In China, the richest 1% control 35% of their wealth. In Indonesia, which I'm going to use for example, they control 47%. In Nigeria, the richest 1% control 85% of the wealth. And nobody is working hard. All other countries I mentioned are working hard to lower this. In Nigeria, it's even worsening. And nobody is talking about it. Forbes recently described us as money-losing machine of Africa. Our stock market last year lost 18%. This year, it's lost 13%, even when it's most shallow of all the countries I'm going to use. For example, within the BRICS country, no country where their stock market valuation is less than 200 billion, except Nigeria. If you look at all of them, Brazil is at almost a trillion. Russia is 575. India is 2 trillion. China is at 6 trillion. South Africa is $875 billion. And the second biggest economy. If you go to Mexico, it's 385. Indonesia is at 450. Nigeria is at 31 billion. And Turkey, the last nation, is at 200. So you have a crisis. Of course, you listen to what the recent seminar by the Sterling Bank, what the chief economist of World Bank said. He said we are living tragically on borrowed time. That's what he said about Nigeria. If you look at all these, you will see, like the previous speakers have said, we are living on a cliff. And we cannot continue with the present economic or political compass, whatever one you call it, which is not pointing in the right direction and would definitely lead to a collapse of this nation. And the earlier we do something, the better for everybody. For my little contribution, because previous speakers have mentioned a few of the things I want to mention, for my little contribution, I will dwell on just on 3 things and then conclude from there. For me, there's 3 things we need to deal with. And issues are, number 1, issue of security. Number 2 is issue of education. And number 3 is issue of the economy, with emphasis in trying to solve our present under and unemployment. It is very critical. For security, I'm not going to make a lot of comments, but just to say that Nigeria needs to do something very quickly and drastically on our present security situation, which is questioning our corporate existence. The great number 1 job of any government in any society is to provide security of life and property. If you cannot do that, then the government does not exist. And today, what Nigeria needs most is investment from local and from foreign direct investment. But nobody is going to invest in an unsecured place. No matter how profitable it is, the investor has to be alive to enjoy his profits. So there's no need preaching that, oh, it's 20% return, 30% return. I've said it here before at the platform. I lived in England for a number of years. And I had a partner, very good man. Very good man. I'm sure Professor Ludo knows him very well, Mr. Hardin. And he had a fixed deposit in a bank of about £5 million. And I was the chairman of a bank. And I said to him that we're paying him 2%. So it was only £100,000. And at that time, banks were giving interest of 20-25%. And I went to him and said, Mr. Hardin, since you said you're going to give them additional £1 million, why don't you give it to me? So that I can give you maybe 15%, more than they pay for this 5. He said to me, okay, we'll go for dinner and talk about it. And he took me to dinner. And when we finished, he told me, Peter, let me tell you, peace of mind is included in this 2%. You can keep your thoughts. That he has planned his life. That he has planned his life on this 2%. He doesn't want the 15. I can keep the 15. And that is the foreign investor you want to attract. Because he needs to have peace to enjoy his 1% and everything. And that's it. So it is critical that we know we need to provide security. The second thing I need to talk about is the issue of education. It's been repeated by previous speakers and everything. Is just to add, every empirical studies have shown today that the more you can invest in education, the better your economy and society. Countries that are doing well today are countries that have invested and continue to invest in education. It's as simple as ABC. It's not something you need. So the more you invest in education, the education investment is not an expense. It is an investment. And if you look at all the countries that want to compare us with today, you could see it. Among all the BRICS and mint countries, they all invest at least 4% of their GDP on education. Nigeria, tragically, our budget is low, yet our budget for education is even worse. If you look at all of them, if you talk about the BRICS, you talk about the Brazil, India, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And the mid nations are Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. Of all these 9 countries, only Nigeria, one is that their budget is low, which is a discussion for another day. Only Nigeria is where you find the budget for education below 4%. It's a sorry state that is at below 1%. I'll give you an example. China, today, with a population of 1.4 billion, their annual budget is, of course, they will be mentioned here that their GDP is about 13%, 13 trillion. Their annual budget is 3.8 trillion. Their budget for education is $590 billion. That's what China puts in education every year. More than 4% of their GDP, more than 15% of their budget. Consequently, for UNESCO, China has 95% literacy rate. The other country I'm going to use is Indonesia. Because of want of time, I want to use the best performing country in the BRICS and the best performing in the Mint. It's Indonesia. Indonesia is a country of 260 million people. Their budget is $178 billion, and they spend $40 billion on education. About 4% of their GDP, and over about 20% of their budget. Nigeria, with 200 million people, our budget is 28 billion, which is low. But even worse, our budget for education is $2 billion. It's a crisis. To even illustrate or explain it to you more, let me use a country closer home. It might not be a good example today. South Africa. South Africa, but we have to face the reality of where we find ourselves. South Africa is supposed to be the second biggest economy in Africa. The annual budget of South Africa is 4 times our budget. Their budget is 110 billion, ours is 28. What is even worse, their budget for education is $17 billion. In the past 10 years, Nigerian budget for education at the federal level is 4.4 trillion. If you change it today by 305, which is the exchange rate, is $14.4 billion. So our 10 years budget in education is not up to 1 year budget of South Africa in education. And that is where we find ourselves. So we have to face that reality and invest in this critical component. The consequence is that we have 13 million out of school children and everything. Everybody will say to you, where are you going to find the money? Because that's what they always say. When he says, where are you going to find money for education? My question is, tell me any of these countries, any other country in the world that pay what we pay for subsidy of fuel. Tell me any other country. And what is the impact of the subsidy on our economy? In the past 10 years, Nigeria, like I said before, has spent 4.4 trillion on education. Let me even ask another critical component of development. When you talk about life expectancy, you talk about health, primary health. Our budget for health in the past 10 years is 2.7 trillion. Both of them is just about 7 trillion combined. And that is what we budgeted in the past 10 years. In the same period, we spent about 10 trillion for subsidy. And I can tell you, 75% to 80% of the money that is spent on subsidy is actually Let me not say what happened to the money, but all of you know. It can be better. It's misappropriation. It can be removed. If this money was spent on education and health, education would have received at least 2.5 times what was budgeted. The same thing for health. So instead of having about $15 billion for health, we would have had $37.5 billion. Instead of having $9 billion for health, we would have had 22.5. So education would have had 37.5, and health would have had 22.5. Over that. And if that money was properly utilized, I can tell you it would have impacted better on our economy today, on our per capita today, and to the country. But that money wasn't invested. You can guess what happened to that money. Or even like people say, where are you going to find the money? Recently, you saw the report that 1.6 trillion was stolen as an oil theft in 2016. And in 2017, another 1 trillion was stolen. So if you combine these two, it is 2.6 trillion, which is in 2 years, which is the amount you budgeted for health in 10 years. So where are these thieves? Let's all of us go and look for them. So these are the issues that I need to bring. That is where, so because people will say, where will you find the money? To go further, let me even talk about the issue of the economy. Let me leave education. I've told you that we can fund education, we can make it better. Let's look at the economy. With emphasis, like I said, on issue of underemployment and unemployment. Everybody knows that all various studies, and I'm happy that our famous economists here, nobody can talk about those brilliant economists we have in this country today without calling Professor Sukuma Soludo and people like Bismarck. They are among the best we have. And I'm sure they know that when you talk about the economy, you must talk about the issue of underemployment and unemployment. It is the greatest contributor to building a strong economy. If people don't have jobs, you have terrorism, you have banditry, you have all sorts of characters. If they remove any of us here from having a job, we are different things. It's as simple as ABC. So you have to deal with that. And when you talk about the issue of employment of any nation today, whether it's China that we are celebrating, whether it's any other country within the BRICS nation or the MIT nation, like I said before, I still use China and Indonesia to show an example. All of them, everybody knows that there's a direct connection between issue of employment creation, growth per capita, and growth of overall economy with your support for micro, small, medium entrepreneur. Professor Gupta has said that Nigeria DNA is entrepreneurship. And I believe that. But that DNA is not being supported. What has happened is that we've abandoned this greatest engine of creation of labor, unemployment, without any support. And if we want to solve that, it is not a sophisticated thing. If you go to China today, using the example of the two countries I said before, if you go to China today, 92% of the companies are MSMEs. 92%. They produce or contribute 60% of their GDP. China GDP is 13 trillion. 60% is 7.8 trillion, which is 20 times Nigerian GDP. That's what this sector is contributing. They contribute over 60% of the entire industrial output, and they contribute, in terms of jobs, they're employing over 70% of Chinese people. 800 million people are employed in China. 70% is 560 million. That is what MSMEs are doing in China. And government is aggressively supporting this sector. If you go there, you will see that overall, I will show you the disparity when I finish telling you what is happening with them and what is happening here. China today is determined to create 10 million jobs annually from 2015 to 2020. In fact, in 2018, by the first 6 months, they've created 7.2 million, which is over 40% of their target. And that's what they're doing. China has unemployment rate of 3.7%. If you go to Indonesia, which is the fastest growing in the Mint nation, it is a similar situation. 97% of the companies in Indonesia are MSMEs. And they are creating over 90% of the jobs. Indonesia, they are producing 60%, over 60% of the GDP. The GDP of Indonesia is 1.2 trillion. 60% is 7.2 trillion. It's 720 billion, which actually is twice our GDP. They have a population, as you know, of 260 million. 145 million are employed. MSMEs are producing 90% of that, which is 125 million. So you could see easily what these people are doing in other nations. And this can be done. It's not a rocket science. What are they doing? The government have a ministry of small, medium enterprises, and are supporting them. People who ask you here, where are you going to get the money? How are you going to fund it, Peter? How are you going to support them? I was a businessman in United Kingdom. Not my country, not to have anything to do with it. I came out of school, started business. My county supported me by giving me grants. The government gave me grants. In America today, in China, everywhere, government is giving people grants, support, and everything. So people say, what do we need? I said, you need aggressively support this sector to unleash what they can do in Nigeria. How do you do it? People say, oh, there's no money. We have borrowed a total of 28 trillion naira, $90 billion. If we had devoted a quarter of that, $7 trillion, $23 billion to supporting that DNA Professor Gupta mentioned. Before I go into that, let me give you an example of what I experienced when the recent conference I attended, Tony Elumelu Foundation. The CEO of that foundation, Ms. Ifeanyi Ugochukwu, said that for every entrepreneur they supported with $5,000, he created 20 jobs after 1 year. Speakers after speaker came and supported that position. Now, if we had taking away 25% of this money, $23 billion, and decide to support our entrepreneurs with grants, we would have given it to 4,600,000 entrepreneurs, assuming only 75% of them, which is 3,450,000, had created just 50% of the job Ms. Ifeanyi has said. Instead of 20, they created 10. They would have created 34,500,000 jobs. If we had 34,500,000 people employed today, we wouldn't be talking about 98 people living under poverty. It is very simple. It's not a rocket science. We would have been able to deal with this and all that. What you hear today in Nigeria is that, oh, revenue to GDP is low. Where are you going to get it? Are you going to tax people who are unemployed or businesses that are collapsing? If you want more revenue, everybody knows how you can get more revenue. Reboot your economy. Support those who are living in extreme poverty to come over this side and you get revenue. It's simple. We have today taxable adults of 20 million when it should be more. If you want more, you just support them. Eligible workforce in Nigeria is 150 million. Those who are employed are just about 75 million. So you have 40 million people that are not doing anything. Support them. So stop talking about revenue to GDP. Let's talk about how do you now get these people on this side. If the more China put people out of poverty, the more revenue they received. To show you how bad it is and what the China is doing, if you go to our banks today, the total credit of all the banks, loans they've given out, is 15.5 trillion. Out of that, 4,000 companies or thereabout have taken 13.3. Call it about 3.3 billion each. The entire SMEs, MSMEs, 35 million. The entire loan to them is 500 billion naira, which is about 3% of 15,000 each. So they cannot contribute what their counterparts in China is contributing. In China, out of overall 30 trillion debts, MSMEs control 25% of it, which is 7.5 trillion. The consequence is that if you look at their tax revenue, they do not just produce 60% of GDP or 70% of unemployment, they also contribute 50% of the tax revenue. China funds its budget from tax revenue. 80% of their budget is funded by tax revenue. 80% is about 3 trillion, and MSME provides 50% of it, which is 1.5 trillion. In Nigeria, the opposite is the case, because these people are just living from hand to mouth. This year alone, about 10 million, half of this year, 10 million accounts became not operational again in Nigeria. Because you know why? People only open an account now to beg for money. So if it is shown that Nigerians withdraw money paid into the account faster than any other country in the world, because these people are just, once they beg you for money, you pay it in. By the time the money comes, it's already been withdrawn, because that is what it meant for, to go and eat. And that is the crisis we face. So people tell you, oh, we want tax to GDP, or this. If you want that, the more you put people out of poverty, the more revenue you get. It's a very simple thing. It's like a bank account. You cannot continue to withdraw without paying anything in. No, you have to. And that comes to what Bismarck, Soludo, everybody is saying, that the government needs to come and decide that this is where we're going to go. In conclusion, I want you to show me something. There's an advertisement from CNN I want us to listen to. That's where I'll just conclude. I want you to listen to this advert.
Excuse me, miss, you dropped this.
No, it's just a penny.
Just a penny? Just a penny? It all begins with the humble penny. Whether writing your first check or cashing big checks, to those at the top making their mark, closing deals round the clock. On Quest Means Business, we know every penny has power. And it's not how many you have, it's what you do with them that counts. That's the marvel of money. Quest Means Business. What a profitable hour.
There's something he said here. It's not how much you have, it's what you do with it that counts. Nigerians think they will just win lottery one day, or like, sorry, we're in a church, that will pray one day and God will solve the problem. He was going to solve it. I told Pastor Pochu that I went home last time. I told my uncle, I said, I finished praying and said, through Jesus Christ, your son. My uncle told me that he has passed the son, that he needs to see the father. So that's where we are. That's where we found ourselves. Today what you hear is revenue to GDP. Can we talk about cost of governance to GDP? That is the problem. You cannot continue. Prophet Soludo has just told you how a governor, the wife had to work for them to be able to buy car. RAV4, yeah, sorry. RAV4, yeah. You could see it. That is the situation everywhere. The cost of governance in Nigeria is unacceptable. It's the most expensive anywhere in the world. Just to use another example from the same America to show you, the Nebraska is not one of the big states in America. Nebraska budget this year is $12 billion. At 305 is 3,660 billion naira. Nebraska is the only state in America where you have what you can call a single legislature. They don't have Senate, and this is the only state in America. Nebraska have 49 legislators. They are paid $12,000 each. They are part-time. $12,000 each. Nobody buys them a car. Nobody buys them anything. Nebraska budget, I've told you what it is. So they buy 600 million. The 600,000 is the entire thing they pay to their house as salary and everything, which you use 305 is 183 million naira. Nebraska budget is about 3 times the actual expended budget of the entire Southeast and Northeast. If you put the 11 states together, they are not up to 1.2 trillion. And Nebraska, so Nebraska is 3 times that. These 11 states have over 270-something House members, costing over 16 billion annually for what they are doing for 183 million naira. That is the cost of our. The cost can go on and on. People tell you all sorts of stories. In France, the number 3 person had just resigned. All of you have read it and everything. Why? Because him and his wife was found in a restaurant on a Valentine's Day while he was speaker before he became minister, drinking champagne and eating lobster. Imagine in Nigeria, the French would have joined him. This is France, where they make champagne, oh. Where they make the champagne. And on a special day, Valentine's Day. So the man said, okay, let me just, here, everybody would have joined the man for the best champagne. So let's talk about cost of governance. I can tell you, having operated or served as a governor, nobody can tell me that our pennies cannot do more than what it's doing today. And listen to where you have somebody who is owing 18 months' salary. He said he's owing only 12 and he wants to go again. What are you going there to do? And people are giving him an award. I watched it in TV. They said, you're owing 18 months' salary. He said, no. It's just about 11, 12. And he wants to go again. And nobody's worried. I saw one recently who said, oh, he's not owing any salary. He's only owing pension and gratuity. You saw it. There's only pension and gratuity. He's not owing salary. And he's saying that he's the best governor. And the lists are there. We are debating whether we'll buy this type of car. We're going to buy this type of house. Or like Soludo said, this appointment is this and everything. My dear people, like Soludo has said and Bismarck has said, the world today is like, I won't say it's on a fast lane, but the competition dynamics have changed. It's either you change or you die. It's that simple. You cannot continue to think you can compete today in a Formula One with a more driver. All of you end up in a lagoon. It's as simple as ABC. So we must change the narratives from bottom to up. It is critical. You can change this economy, can do anything with it. But my dear people, we have no other country except this one, and we must do something about it, or it will consume all of us. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, former governor, for joining us today. It's really great to have you here. And over the weekend, of course, it was Independence Day, and you made a very inspiring presentation on your thoughts on governance in Nigeria. Before we get into governance, it would be great to hear your perspective on the economy. It's definitely a tough time on the national and subnational level. You obviously made some very interesting strides when you were governor in terms of how you were able to manage the local economy. When you look at Nigeria today, your perspective on where we are and the best way forward for this economy.
Well, thank you for having me and inviting me for this section. For me, the issue of the economy, using what is happening today in Nigeria, is that the government at the center need to have a properly articulated economic policies that can drive the economy. And the drivers of this, call it economy, has to be focused on driving to the same destination. But I mean the drivers, the ministers, the leader, everybody has to be focused on it. They have to be able to develop, rigorously policies that are deliverable, people can trust, and they can tell their story. Because if people can believe their story, then they will create hope. Economy, for me, is driven by hope. Because once people can see hope, then they will have faith and confidence.
Right.
I don't see economy as going to church. I'm a Christian. I go to church because the pastor, the priest is always preaching that we're going to heaven. Nobody has been there. It's all about selling hope. And because there's hope, there's faith in me. What the enduring part of hope, what drives enduring part of it is faith. It is what gives it, okay, we're going to do this, and if we do this, this is going to happen and everything. People have to see the commitment. What you see today is a bit of lack of coordination in the thinking process and especially in communication. And when you have a bit of lack of coordination in communication, you create a sense of hopelessness. You bring fear in the system, and everybody will run for cover. Imagine, you go to church on Sunday, and the pastor says, there's no heaven. So why are you there again? You go home. Because you can see it, or you go there, and so that's...
What you're saying is that the messaging of a very well-articulated plan out of this difficult time is what is lacking, and that is what is putting so many people on the sidelines. We see foreign investors, for instance, not getting involved in the stock market, and even foreign direct investments have also dropped to historic lows.
Yes, because there needs to be a believable message so that the people can have confidence and have faith in. And the messenger has to also be somebody that can be trusted.
But so it's not enough, as we've seen with the budget, it's been clear they want to spend more to get out of recession. Next year, we're already getting indications that there will be more spending. And for you, clearly, that is not enough.
No, those things are what you can call the enablers if people can see hope. You know? People need to know, yeah, you can say, oh, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, but what is missing there is a sense of driving hope. If you look at the strong economies of the world, it's not as if they are perfect. What is there is that they're preaching hope. Just like I said, you go to church, they're telling you, if you do this, you go to heaven, you do this and everything. And that is what is driving that process. There needs to be a sense of, oh, if this is what we are going, we all believe in it. Will it show me a perfect economy? There's none. It is just that people are selling hope, which is giving faith, is an enduring part of it, to stay on and say, well, if this is going to happen, I'm going to be part of this. It is not just enough to say this. There's other issues that needs to be managed. And I keep saying communication. Coordination in communication is critical. Today, there seems to be different informations coming to the table. You know, I said this at one time, that there was a time somebody said we're in technical recession, we'll be out of it in September. In September, said this last quarter, then suddenly said, no, I don't know when it's going to be. Well, if you're in that state, you run for cover.
Okay, but let's take this conversation to the sub-national level, because obviously that's where you operated. Very interesting time as the governor of Anambra State in terms of how you are able to manage the resources of that government. What's your message to the other state governments today, who many of them we know are struggling on the fiscal side?
Well, you know, whenever I say it, people think, oh, well, you're trying to say this is not happening or this is not happening. For me, it's just like what you said about the budget earlier, the budget of next year and this and that. Vision, if you listen to Theresa May yesterday, is nothing if it's not seen through. And to see it through, you have to have committed drivers of that vision. vision in itself does not change anything. It doesn't put food on the table. It doesn't educate the children. What makes a difference in any vision or in any policy, any system, is the people that does it. Same thing in the subnational. It's for people to sit down and say, wait a minute, what are we doing? If you go to most of the states, and I use a case in point when I took over, there's no plan. If you don't have a plan, you have plan to fail.
That's what you inherited as well?
Yeah, if you don't have a plan, you have plan to fail. I was the person that created Ministry of Economic Planning. You ask people in education, what are you doing? They say, oh, they're just here. People in housing, what are you doing? So when we looked at all that, we found out that basically there's something lacking. And all we did was very simple. And that is what I advocate for people today. We went and borrowed a well-thought, call it development agenda, from the UN called MDG. Because today you see people say 3-point agenda, 1-point agenda, 7-point agenda. There's confusion everywhere. There's already an articulated agenda that if you follow it, you do a lot of work. We went and borrowed what the MDG and put that forward as our vision. All we did was to develop a strategy for delivery of all MDG goals. And we created what we called Anambra Integrated Development Strategy. It was only a process that allowed us to plan properly across all the MDG goals, budget properly, ensure execution. We moved our budget from being supply-driven to demand-driven. So we went to the people and said, what can we do? Because if you look at the MDG goals, it says fight extreme poverty, education, health, everything that you need to do. And because we're able to plan properly across all the MDG goals, budget properly, we could see the budget gaps that we were able to approach development partners to assist us and everything. And we can look at where to cut costs in order to put here, because why do we want to have to do this? If I tell you, like an education, why do we have to have an office of the governor that was consuming 15% of our budget?
15% of
about
the budget?
That, yes, about that. 15% of our budget.
Only for the office of the governor?
Oh, yeah, and a lot of things. You know, there's a lot of things included in that office. All sorts of, aids, security vote, everything. So what would survive? I said, no. We have to move this to education. It's happening today. If you look at the situation where people are saying today they cannot access their UBEC money, it happened when we were there. So we collapsed the office of the governor. And we're able to use the resources there to put in health, to put in here and everything. So once you have a proper planning, proper budgeting, you could see the gaps you're going to shut down and do this.
Right, interesting perspective. We're just about to count down to the closing goal. Of course, we'll continue this very interesting conversation with the former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi. Obviously, this is a place that we haven't been in a very long time. A recession, it's tough. But recently you were speaking about the cost of governance, the opportunities to take out waste. I want you to continue to just expound your thoughts on that.
See, well, for me, if you have a situation like we had now, the first thing is to look back and say, how did we arrive at this? It's a critical thing. Unexamined life is not worth living. You must be able to look back and say, what did I do wrong yesterday that made me to be where I am now? And if you accept that you've made fundamental mistakes yesterday, and you're determined and correct same today, you have a better tomorrow. What we're not looking at, how did we arrive here? Let me take issue of one thing, savings. Nigeria discovered oil in 1960. Since 1960. every other nation that was as lucky as we are, the first thing they try to do is to bring in a form of saving of a percentage of the income from that. Nigeria choose the other side to consume everything. One is that no country in the world with a diminishing assets, because every natural resource is a diminishing asset. It will finish one day, have refused or is operating without the savings, except us. We decided that whatever we get will be shared immediately and everybody takes his own and run because there's no that.
But that decision is dictated by the current laws, I believe.
That is what I'm saying.
Does that now
that's what I'm
call
saying,
for a review of those
That's
laws?
what I'm saying. So from 1960 to now, we have earned, Wole, 1.3 trillion in oil. If only our fathers didn't make a decision to save just 10%, would have had about 130 billion, which by the time you put all that interest and profits, it would be about 250 billion today.
And we'll be in a good place.
No, we won't be talking now. It would have been a totally different thing. Our children, the younger ones, will have hope of what I'm saying about their country. But today, we don't have anything. We don't have anything. But what is more worrisome, only every successive government blames the other for not saving. Shagari blamed Gowon for not saving. Obasanjo's military government blamed Shagari for not saving. When Buhari then came, before, they blamed, they've been a blame game. You even saw President Obasanjo the other day saying, the governors did not allow me to save. President Buhari said they didn't allow you to. Okay, we've all agreed that we did not save yesterday. That's why we're here today. What are we doing today to make sure that tomorrow we are not in the same blame game? Are we going to bequeath our children blame and regret? No. We have a constitution that says every revenue received should be credited into federation account and shared across the 3 tiers of government. That constitution and section should be today, now, when I'm saying now, this period, be taken back to the National Assembly immediately with an amendment that says, forthwith, we will save 10% of every revenue, irrespective of our situation, just for a start. Well, if we do that today, luckily, all those who caused the confusion, all of us are still there. We are still part of the leadership today because we created this confusion. We brought this country to where it is. Whether you go, the governors were the people who refuse. The senior president is the governor before. Those, all the actors, whether in federal government, legislature, everything, are all those who created the confusion. So if they truly believe and they are sorry for what all of us did, let us today agree and amend the constitution to save 10%. Well, if we do that, this country will be able to save about $1 billion every year, just $1 billion. If we had done that, if we do that, by the year 2060, 44 years from today, Wole would have saved $44 billion. If you aggregate it at a 5% every year, we'll be hitting about 150 billion. The story will be different.
So the culture really needs to change.
But today, everybody is still complaining and keeping quiet, and tomorrow we'll still say, hey, if this man had done, let's start now. If that had happened, we won't be here.
All right, I hear you.
That's what caused our problem.
We will continue this conversation. I have to take a short commercial. Of course, we are looking at Nigeria's recession and its economy. And joining us for that conversation is the former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi. And earlier on, he was sharing his perspective about why it's important for the governments today to focus on savings despite the crisis. And Governor, we can move on to the state governments because you obviously have a very interesting story to tell about how you were able to wade through your challenges.
It is the same thing in the state. The state have to be able to have a properly developed vision and have a strategy for delivery of that and includes the needs. We're doing this, but we're also going to save this for tomorrow. And I give you an example. When we started saving dollars, the reason why we did that to save in foreign currency is I said, well, listen, if we're able to do the savings the way we're doing it, by the year 2050, we would have been hitting about $3 billion. But let's even not forget that maybe today nobody can, today nobody can save.
And how much were you able to save over your tenure? The
day I handed over, I had $56 million in Fidelity Bank, $50 million in Diamond Bank, $50 million in Access Bank in Nigeria. The banks that are here, you can go across to them.
So over $150 million.
$156 million. Now, what I'm saying is that if, for example, the state decides not to invest more, by the year 2050, 36 years from now, that investment will be worth about $1.5 billion. They can now approach World Bank, take a 36 non-interest-free loan, which was what we're trying to do them, to get World Bank to say, give me $150 million for erosion, and give me $100 million for education. Non-interest-free. So I'm going to pay back World Bank 40 years from now, and I have what it takes that in 40 years will give me about $1.5 billion. I'll give them their $250 and take my $1.25 billion.
Right. Well,
and walk away.
But how do you make this case for many states today, which we know are really struggling?
Shut down the cost of governance. It is unacceptable.
That's where it starts.
Let me give you an example, just one example. Education. The most important investment anybody can do today, any nation can do, is in education. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children today in this country that we have. Now, to help with this, federal government decided that they will provide some part of the education by giving them some money, but their request is that you must bring 50% contribution. So let me use this year for example. Federal government is giving each state about 600 million naira. So the state will bring 600 million naira. Now, the entire budget of all the states' expenditure this year is 5.4 trillion. The recommendation for us to meet the goal by 2050, we need to be investing about 10 to 15% in education. For it should be more, 20 to 25%. If you do it, 25% is 1.3 trillion. 20% is about 1 trillion. If you do it by 15%, it's about 800 billion. And if it's 10%, you could see where they are, 5.something billion. Now, the all unassessed money in UBEC is 63 billion. And the state said they don't have the money. When their budget is supposed to be at least 540 billion. But they don't have money to assess this. But what is the crisis in it? I know a state where all they need to assess their UBEC money is 1 billion. And if they bring 1 billion, federal government will give them 1 billion. With that, they will be able to construct at 10 million, 200 classrooms. That will be 6 classrooms each, taking 40 people, and they will be able to have classroom for about 48,000. They didn't do it. But the same state spent nearly $1 billion buying jeeps for 25 or 26 house members. It's a crisis.
Right. It's all about priorities
Yes.
and dealing with the crisis, prioritizing what you need to.
Because we can no longer afford the picnic and partying. It's finished.
Right. I need to wrap this up, but thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. Very useful and enlightening perspective on governance in Nigeria. Former Governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, joining us.
So we've been talking about all of these issues as regarding the Nigerian economy, but this government has criticized the PDP, for example, the platform you are riding on, as though they perform woefully in terms of the spendings on infrastructure. This government will tell you that they've spent over ₦1 trillion on infrastructure. You are from the southeast. They will tell you that a major factor that your people are talking about, they've started work on it.
So when they talk about the amount of money they spend on infrastructure, the question I ask, where is the infrastructure? Where is the infrastructure? Where is the spending? If I give you the amount this government have borrowed, the amount they've borrowed, in 3 years, you could see from debt management office, the borrowing have increased by 115%. So when they came in, we're looking at about 11.something trillion. Today it's 22.7 trillion. And they say that all their borrowing is for capital vote, capital projects. That's what it's supposed to be. So on the average, 2016, 2017, they've borrowed almost 10 trillion. And if you look at the infrastructure spending in these 2 years, it's actually under 3 trillion. So we're 7.
Are you talking about the FG borrowing, or you're talking about Nigeria's borrowing? Because state governments are borrowing also. You're talking about the federal government. I'm not certain about that figure, though. The 10 trillion you talked about.
Federal government borrowing in the past 2 years is at least thrice the capital project expenditure. I'm not saying about the budget, expenditure. And I want to know, where are those capital votes? Where are those capital projects that have been executed?
Have you,
have
you driven along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway?
No. Is that the only project that...
Have you used any of the... Have you seen any of the rails that they said is done?
I've used it. Oh, no, the rails, let me tell you. Don't go into the rails. The rails are being funded by our facilities from China. Mainly, just like the airports that is being completed. The reason why you see the airport projects going on even without delay is because all the counterpart funding that was supposed to be paid to the loan were paid by PDP government.
All?
Quote me anywhere.
But I mean, you might not be so right in some sense. You know why?
All the airport projects was being financed from borrowing from China, and there's a counterpart funding which Jonathan's government paid.
We they generated, and this government concluded plans on it, isn't it?
Concluded what?
Jonathan government started. But this government...
I said they've not put anything on it. The counterpart funding has been paid. It's been paid.
Are you talking airports? What about the rails?
Even the rails.
There are 4 different rail projects that we know now. Are you aware?
Which of them?
The Lagos Ibadan. The rail, according to them, is almost in Ibadan.
Can you go and look at the conception of those rails and the inputs in them and the amount of... I'm just telling you that the capital expenditure annually does not... Don't worry, say about this. I'm sure when the campaigns are going on, we'll discuss all these issues and you'll see it.
Right. I mean, the development experts around the world will say there's nothing wrong with borrowing. If you're borrowing within the limit, you cannot... In fact, development experts will tell you that you cannot embark, you can't use your money to do some development project. Is usually the advice that you borrow to do some project. Are you saying borrowing is a no-no? Your government will not borrow.
Don't go there, Shehu. I'm a businessman. And I believe I know a lot about borrowing. I'm also from the finance background. Borrowing is critical. When you borrow for productivity, then it's allowed. When you borrow for consumption, then you have a crisis. The reason why you are seeing IMF today, in 2017, May 1, I spoke at the platform and I shouted and warned about our borrowing. Nobody took it serious because, of course, I'm nobody. But today, IMF, World Bank, everybody is warning Nigeria against its borrowing.
What would you do
The reason
differently?
is,
What would your government, if you win the election, what would you do
if
differently?
you must borrow, it must be clearly defined on the project that the borrowing is attached. And it must be followed, the program must be strictly followed to its conclusion. And it must be productive and contributed to the economy. Here we were borrowing, Shane. There's no country I know that I've studied where you're borrowing and your GDP or your value is going down. When this government came into being, our GDP was over $500 billion. Our per capita was about over $2,500. Today, it's gone down to about $380. Our per capita come about $1,900, and we have accumulated more debt. Look at our debt servicing today. Can you go and look at our debt servicing to our revenue? Don't look at our GDP.
All right.
There's nothing wrong in borrowing. So we have countries that have over-borrowed, even the countries that use, for example, like China and everything. Of course, China's debt to GDP is about 48%.
All right.
Ours is 20%. But where is the money?
Okay.
You can see where the Chinese one is spent. You can see where the Indonesian one is spent. Even in America, they have almost 100%.
Mr. Obi, let's round up the conversation now because we're out of time. Now, in 30 seconds, if you can tell Nigerians the reason why they should vote your government, you're an economic expert. In 30 seconds, if you can tell Nigerians, what will be that major thing that is critical that you will resolve in 6 months should you win this election?
Thank you. So that Nigeria can start working again, we'll tackle issue of power aggressively.
How many megawatts are you promising?
We're not going to promise 20 or 30. I can assure you that today, no investment has been done to that sector, no proper policy or program has been executed there. We will put in place what will at least show a very significant increase without putting any number to it. And Nigerians will see it. What we want to do is to move from policy formulation to program implementation. And it will be aggressive. And people will see it. Tackling jobs, tackling issue of poverty. We will see the numbers of poverty reduce. That's what is happening in every country.
Okay. We are definitely out of time, but we would love to engage you more because there are a lot of issues that we couldn't touch on. Time is not our friend on the program. Mr. Peter Obi, the vice presidential candidate of the PDP. It's a pleasure having you on a day as this.
Thank you. I wish Nigeria all the best.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
The vice presidential candidate of the PDP, Mr. Peter Obi, coming on the show, the first one for the year. In the coming years, it's going to be very interesting in the coming days. So stay with us right here on Channels Television. Many thanks for watching, everyone. I'm Sean Kimale. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause to His Excellency Mr. Peter Gregory Obi? He is our keynote speaker tonight.
Please be seated. Let me most sincerely, good evening, everybody. Let me most sincerely apologize for your time this evening. I know some of you have been here for a while, and that is why I've been hurrying. I've been actually been so much. You said, for me, it is different. I would have been here on time, even if it was one person, and by now I would have done. The rest can come and learn from the person that was here with me. Because really, we just have to manage our time more efficiently. So I sincerely apologize if you have been waiting. And again, I have just 3 things that I'll say this evening because I've heard people talk about capacity building. I don't think, for me, that is anything to worry about. I'll talk about capacity building in the end. First is, for me, is gratitude. I came to thank all of you who are Nigerians, especially for sacrificing your time, which is the most important, your resources in supporting the process in Nigeria, especially last year's election. Some of you made phone calls, some visited, some spent their time talking. All this is very important, and for that, I do not take for granted. Whether you supported me or you supported another person, you were part of it, and I urge you to continue. I'm sincerely grateful for that. And that is my number one reason. May God Almighty continue to reward you for that effort. For the organizers of this event today, most of whom are the organizers in the past, I thank you. And I urge you to continue. And I've listened to you said you're now going to have a policy think tank. I urge you to continue in that direction. And let it not be a Nigerian thing. It is very important. Because often we'll start a noble thing, and because of our transactional life, we end it somewhere along the line. It's just like all of us who are involved in politics. I always say to people, nobody is claiming to be a saint, but I always urge people, can we be a little bit consistent in what we do? So, again, gratitude for you to stop starting this, and may you continue. I was telling you this evening, I said, every day in life I learn, I meet good and bad people. And I take note of the good ones, and I take note of the bad ones. Because it's very important as you go along. Nigeria is bad because we are bad. If we live the life we preach, it will be good. But we say something else and do something else. That's why it's not working. If all of us, if more people, and that's what we're trying to change. And change doesn't come easy. I listened to my brother talk about his experience. And it's a good experience. You've learned a lot. We learn it every day. And everything. You criticize something, you say this is wrong, and everybody takes it. So, for me, it's not going to be about capacity. I'm going to talk about capacity building in the end. But since you said you're starting a think tank today, let me tell you what happens in Chatham House. They don't really want to listen to your lecture. They want you to answer their questions. It is their question that shows what you're doing. So I think I will reverse it. People didn't come here, I'm sure, not to learn about capacity building. That you can just find the definition. They probably want to answer questions and get it answered. Because I know capacity building will do a lot to Nigeria, but there's some more other important things that can do more. So maybe we'll start with question and answer. If you will agree, we'll go direct to the questions people want to be answered, and then we'll talk about capacity building in the end. Or do we start the other way around? Whatever you say is what I'll do. Thank you. So let's go and ask the questions. No, if you collect the questions, you won't be able to answer the ones that are not good. I want the people to speak up and say, you're not a human being. So I can answer them why I'm a human being. So, yes, when they collect questions, they remove the the ones that they don't want you to answer. The people are
Val,
here.
please.
Let's take their questions.
Val.
Yeah. Thank you. Just a few.
Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, everybody. I'll just be straightforward and brief, okay? Mr. Peter Obi, Indian community in Canada, the Chinese community in Nigeria have proven that there is strength in unity and you can achieve more when you work together. Now, we know the peculiarity with Nigeria. We know the issue. I salute you for your confidence in going for the election last year. But what are you doing, sir, to bridge the gap among all the ethnic groups? Because with all due respect, okay, there seems to be this apprehension towards certain ethnic groups in the country. What are you doing to bridge that gap, not just among ethnic groups, but among political parties? Similarly to what Tinubu did when he was able to bring people from CPC, AMPP, part of ABGA, PDP, and ACN to form APC. What can you do in that aspect so as to gain the power at the center? Thank you.
All protocols duly observed. The question I want to ask is, where do you think, in your opinion, where do you think we got it wrong at the last election, and what do you think we can do differently to, get the change we really all desire in the country?
Thank you. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My question is, we know in the last election, the INEC came up with an excuse that there was a glitch for the INEC server. And now on the next election will be coming in 2027. What are the plans in order to make sure that this kind of excuse doesn't come up again? Or if at all it comes up, how do you tackle it? Thank you.
Your Excellency, my question is still related to the last election. And very importantly, I'm sure I'm not the only one who observed that there are a lot of external influences on our election system. Specifically, I'll mention an interview that the former president, GEJ, granted, where he expressed his displeasure at how America influenced the outcome of his own election. He specifically named the former US president. We also saw similar situations play out in the last election. My question is, how are you, as a candidate who is most likely going to stand in the next election, making efforts to lobby these external forces or to align them to your own side of the political struggle? It's a very pertinent question, and I would like to have answers to that. Thank you.
Your Excellency, one more. So I'm taking all the questions from here. Next time it will be this side. The last one.
Thank you. So my question is very simple. Will you keep contesting till you eventually win? Because we've seen people, even our last president contested 4 times. People still keep contesting 5. Yeah. So is it going to be your case, or will you just, thank you.
Okay, Your Excellency.
Well, let me start. First question talked about ethnicity and religion. Quite frankly, we don't have that issue. Ethnicity and religion is a clear marginalization of the elite, greedy group, the establishment, to keep us where we are. It is something that was born out of incompetence. When you're not doing well or when you want to do a state capture, you bring it in. Because I don't know any ethnic in Nigeria that is not suffering. Tell me which part of Nigeria is secure today. Tell me if there's any ethnic group that buys bread cheaper. Tell me if there's any religion that buys bread cheaper. If the Muslim starts today to sell bread cheaper, I can tell you the Christians will go to the mosque and buy the bread. Vice versa. So it is what we use to continue keeping Nigeria where it is. Because we have refused to use the proper process based on competence, capacity, compassion to select our leaders. So they hire all sorts of tools to tell you, I'm from here, I'm from there, I'm from there. Is there any road that is tarred in Nigeria that is good, that only one ethnic group passes? No. Is there really any part of Nigeria that is working than any ethnic group? No. Is there education and everything? The North has been in charge for several years. That's where we have highest out of school children. You can enrich one or two people, which will not work because you're trying to just build a system where people make money without entrepreneurship. So there's no production, it will collapse over time. For me, they know we need to dismantle it. I have support all over. And they know that once that starts, so for us, once you remove, that's why I keep saying, we must dismantle this criminality. Yes. If you know any tribe, people, you can tell you, oh, we're this is happening, we're that, this is happening. But at the end of the day, that's it. I was just telling someone today, I said, listen, Abuja is in the north. You can't drive from Abuja to Kene. Can't drive from Kene to Auchi. Can't drive from Auchi to Benin. That is not in my area. But there's no road. Somebody said here it was someone told me today it's from Obama. And I said, hey, wait a minute, there's no, so you can go on and on and on. Nobody can go from Enugu to Makurdi or Makurdi to Abuja. You can't go from Kanu to Medugri. So they're everywhere. You know, I try as much as possible. I drove from Kaduna to Abuja, from Kanu to Kaduna, Kaduna to Abuja, just a week ago. To just cross Kaduna Ring Road took us about 2 hours. It doesn't make sense. And these are the tribes that have been in power. So forget about tribe, forget about religion. It is purely a tool employed by the establishment, the criminal gang that has set Nigeria for one place. It doesn't work. That I can tell you. And they know that we would have dismantled it. I can tell you, it will be dismantled. Once you bring competence in, they go away. All these things will go. Because it's not helping anybody. Somebody told me today about state creation and whether we'll get this, why people look for more local government. I said because we have established a system of sharing, not a system of creating. So once you're sharing, people bother about number. But when you start creating, everybody disappears and goes back to do his work. Where did we go wrong in the last election? We didn't go wrong anywhere. We did the right things. But like I always tell people, when you bring a change, you fight for enemy all those who live off the old order. They don't go away. They gang up. So, and we're not don't think it's a sprint race to remove establishment. It's a long distance journey. everywhere it's happened in the world. Go and check everywhere, whether you're looking at what happened in India with Mandela, in America, everything. No change has come overnight. It takes time. And I urge all of you, if you really want change, we've just begun. We just have to continue to where we are. If I tell people, and I say it every day, what I go through, you ask me, why are you still in this thing? Why are you still doing this? Why do you say I have to bother? But I'm in it. And I don't intend to change. You see, every now and then you see agencies of government, tools of government, even when I'm not running an election, calling me them every day. They now organize town hall meeting just for me. No problem. It doesn't bother me. Let's keep doing what we're doing. We did well. And we should be proud of it and continue in that trajectory until we're able, yes, there might be one or two things. We'll correct them. The things we'll correct. And I assure you we're correcting them without naming them to be able to. But it's not going to be easy. We're going to do things. INEC server was same as the establishment. The server won't work because the establishment had made it that it won't work. So it is us to continue to say it will work. There was no glitch. Amazon came and said there was no glitch. Amazon glitch is noticed globally. It's recorded globally. And as at that period, we even brought the Amazon person who says these are the number of glitches we have since inception, and there was none that was reported that day. So we know it didn't report. It was the glitch of the establishment of criminality that is in the system, and we must one day make it work. So we know there was no glitch. So you talked about the external influences. There's no external influence. I don't need to lobby anybody. I can tell you that I went to several meetings outside Nigeria. Do Americans come to Nigeria when they are running an election? No. Do Canadians come to Nigeria? I will not go to any country. I'm a Nigerian, and I'm running to serve Nigeria. Why would I go and lobby anybody? I'm one person who says, if I'm in office, we will stop foreign aid because we don't need it. God gave us everything. We don't need to waste anybody's time. I said it today when I was in City Council. Nigeria have everything it needs to be a super country. God gave us everything. I don't need to go and lobby anybody. We'll just need to fold our sleeves and work. It's as simple as ABC. We don't need anybody. I have governed the state. I didn't leave the state. Things were bad. Before I became governor of Anambra was known for bad references and everything. In fact, it was named Home for All. And I came and said, there's no place called Home for All. And we changed it to what? Light of the nation. And we said we'll be first in everything. No longer are we going to be used in bad reference. No quarrel, no nothing. And we face the work. Say from education, from health, from this, from that, fixing our small roads and everything. Somebody asked me today about it. I said, I didn't start any new road. Maybe one or two. That I fixed the ones that were existing. Completed the one my predecessors from Ngike to everybody started. That's what we should do. We don't need any influence. We want external relationship. In fact, let me tell you about international relationship. The more developed, the more you dig in and do the right things, the more you earn your respect internationally.
Yeah, that's true.
China didn't start by coming to beg America. Neither was Vietnam, neither was India. Today, yeah, it's being celebrated. These are countries few years ago that were stuck in underdevelopment. If you don't know, we didn't fit what we shout about China, India today between year 2000, which was just yesterday, and year 2015, China put 439 million people out of poverty. India did 260 million out of poverty. Today, those two countries, the biggest in population combined, Nigeria is almost having more people in poverty than two of them. It cannot happen. All we need is to have people who are sincere and dismantle people from stealing public money. We can't continue like that. We have oil. We have gold. We have everything. So where are we going to beg people who don't have those facilities? No. We don't need their aid. We need people to tell you. When I became governor, by influence of somebody called Professor B.C. Wonsun, he asked me to go and see certain people. He's still alive. I said, I won't see them. I'm contesting to be governor of Anambra State, and I'm not from Anambra. And when I became governor, I used to quarrel with people who were not happy with me. If you know that the elites in Anambra, even till today, are not happy with me. And it's not that I know it, because I go to see a president then who tells me, Peter, nobody is happy with you. And I say, Mr. President, I didn't promise people happiness. I promised to fix school. I promised to fix school. I promised to fix health. I promised to, because the only thing that would have made them happy is to give them public money, which I'm not ready to give anybody. And that's it. You know, so and I can assure you that if I had won presidency, people won't be happy. The elites will not be happy. That's why they ganged up, because they know what will have happened and everything. People were not happy. So it wasn't about people's happiness. I get warned, and I say it every day. I get warned when people tell me, not even the female, not even the women, not even my wife. I always say my wife, whenever I say people are not happy, I say, you're not happy equally. Because I shut down office of First Lady. I said it shouldn't exist. Because nobody voted for you. You're just my wife and I love you. So you start home with me. It is me who they voted for to deal with this matter. And with that, you know, because I found out we were going to spend more money for an office that has no value than education. How? How did we get here? So, there's no external influence. It is us. The influence begins with us as a human being. I told people in Harvard that one of the reasons people want to know why I went to so many schools, I wanted to know what I asked them in Canada. I said, what is your best university? I go to different places. I want to learn. I was in City of Brandon to learn, just to learn. And I was shocked that the person who was teaching me what I wanted to do was a Nigerian. So they don't have different brain. So why are we going to go to them? We'll talk about their influence. It is us allowing this thing. And finally we said, will you keep contesting? Well, I can tell you, I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work. Because they can work. So, if I find those who can do it the same way, if I find those who can do it, what I can do, what I'll do, of course I will encourage them. I've been part of a system that is working. I've seen systems work. What I want to see is Nigerians who don't. Have you wondered why Nigerians are so religious, yet things are going wrong? It's because they don't believe in God. They actually talk, but they don't believe in it. Because if they do, the story will be different. They will have conscience, they will have compassion, and they will do the right things. But I've seen people do the wrong thing consistently while preaching. So for me, it's not about me. It's about us. How do we get it to go right? It is not very difficult. Nations after nations have done that. Why can't we do the same thing? It's as simple as ABC. Tell me the problem you think is the greatest problem in Nigeria. And I tell you that it can be solved. Because we're not the first people who have solved it. We're not the first people who have victim of criminality. It was all over South, call it America. From Colombia to Mexico to this to Brazil and everything. It's been solved. We're not the first country to be immersed in poverty. It's been solved in other countries. So if they have done it, we're not the first country who did not have power. It's been solved in countries. Then everything. I was just quoting in Tanzania last week. If you follow my tweet, Tanzania last week had to shut down 5 of their facilities because they have overcapacity in electricity production. Tanzania, they shut down 5 facilities because they have overcapacity. They have more than they need. So what is wrong with us? That in 20, 30 years, we're stuck in one place because the establishment don't want us to go, and they root it in tribe. Is there any tribe that have electricity, my brother? No. Show me where they have 24 electricity, and we'll go there and live. So it's not a tribal thing. Or show me any religion where even a church that the electricity is 24 hours in Nigeria, church, and we all go there and worship. It is nonsense. We must dismantle this criminality that is today.
Please, questions from the women now. Women.
Your Excellency, my name is Amina from Gombe State. I married from Taraba. My question is, there was this saying that you started getting to the grassroots late. Are you planning to start getting to people, especially people from the north? The problem of the north is when you start from the top, the minor tribes that are there, they will not be able to get the help. And even if it's given to the top, they will give it to their own religion, and other religion will not get it. So they continue donkey years. People are still, there are a lot of places, no light, no even water. They still drink water from the stream. So I hope you look onto on that. Also, next time you're coming to Canada, we'd like to see the First Lady, so that we will have women to mentor. Thanks.
That's a question for His Excellency to answer.
Okay, so I'm standing on the existing protocols. My question is around, the incident from the last election where we found out that some booths were not well covered by the Labour Party agents. So my question is, what strategies are you looking to put in place, like in the coming election, to make sure that there's a widespread of Labour Party agents? People are still going to be in Labour Party. Then are we hoping also to see like a collaboration or a merger with other political parties? Because it's going to be very difficult for you to unseat the present government or the present administration. So this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have question for Mr. Peter Obi. I just want to say thank you very much for giving Nigeria youth a lot of hope and encouragement. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Hello, Your Excellency. Thank you for your presence here today. I just have a question in terms of what advice would you give Nigerian youths in the diaspora and at home, like in terms of they've lost hope based on everything. I know that we have the same sentiments as people, but what would you advise us in terms of how to support our community back home? Thank you.
This is a very good question.
How many of you here know MC Danfo? MC Danfo? If you know him, you know why I'm doing what I'm doing.
No, it's for him.
Good evening. Thank you, Your Excellency. I have two questions, two-pronged questions. The first one is a personal one. You've said a few things. One is about the criminal enterprise in Nigeria, about how difficult things are. I'm wondering, how do you keep going? Can you tell us what keeps you going in this work that you are doing for which you're not being paid by anybody, but you've been doing it now for at least since 2021 or 2022, and you've persisted in doing it since after the election. So that's the personal question, what keeps you going? The second part is kind of policy related, and that has to do with the security situation in Nigeria. I just came back from Nigeria last week, and I couldn't travel between Owerri and Nsukka for security reasons. So are you able to tell us, not the detail, but give us some idea of maybe how you think you would have handled the security situation in Nigeria that is keeping people from moving and conducting even ordinary commerce? Thank you.
Actually 6, not 5.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
First question is the issue of grassroots. You started with the grassroots late. Well, maybe yes and no. Because if it was voting, people voted for us. But the system refused it. And I'm also beginning to reach out to the grassroots, like you said. I'm sure you must have seen me in the north and everything. But I'm not visiting the grassroots because of votes. I'm visiting them, or the next election, I'm visiting them because I want to learn. When you say we have 20 million out-of-school children, you're actually talking about 20 million productive people that can change the world. Countries like Gambia, just 10 million people. Netherlands is 17-point-something million people. I can go on and tell you countries that are not even up to 20 million. There's so many of them that are not even up to 20 million. So it becomes imperative for us to look at what is happening to them. And I went to study and learn about the Almajiri system. And I found people of incredible talent. I spent time in Almajiri school watching young people learn Quran, sat with them and watched them. And I saw doctors, lawyers, engineers, everything. Because the same talent they're using to learn the Quran and analyze it, it's all they need. What they needed was what we call Sharia system of education. So for me, since they can't go to school, if I have the opportunity, I'll take school to them. Where they're learning the Quran, I'm going to put English teacher, mathematics teacher, science teacher, everything there. And I can tell you before they finish learning the Quran, they also have learned something. We're not the greatest Muslim country in the world. Indonesia is there. The difference is that Indonesia have over 90% secondary school enrollment. We have 28%. The difference is that they belong to the high portion of human development index. We are low. So what is lacking is available to us. And that is the grassroots. And I'm reaching out to the grassroots. I want to change them. I want to help them to be better people because they can help us to change the world. Not because they want to vote for me. Like I said, for me is to get Nigeria to work. And they're not just going to be engineers and everything. We need productivity. Productivity today. I believe that today Nigeria can change from the north. We can make more oil work for us, but I can tell you, the north will generate more money, more resources for us than oil. So I'm reaching out to them as much as I can, you know, and of course, we'll discuss the First Lady next time. All I can tell is that she's okay. She's okay. There's nothing. We're living together. we live for 30 years together, and I think we'll live together for the rest of our life. But issue of, for now, we want to save Nigeria. Thank you. Somebody said, Labour Party agents were not in all the booths. I agree with you, because we started, you know how we started and everything. There's so many lessons we learned. Somebody asked about lessons we're going to correct in the future. I won't stay here to tell you those lessons. Whether we are going to collaborate with people, you know, if the need be, yes, of course. People, collaboration, I'm collaborating with you people. You are actually the biggest collaboration we need to be able to dismantle what I'm talking about. We're going to work with everybody who thinks the same way we think, who wants to do the same thing we're doing. Our collaboration will not be based on transaction. It will be based on transformation. People have to be thinking the same way we're thinking. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem. If you go and collaborate with people who don't think the same way, or those that can easily change, because there's some people who can change and believe in what you're saying, you can collaborate with them. But if you collaborate with those who don't believe in what you're saying, you're going to have a problem along the line. I always say to people that I want to drive this bus, I want us to be in the same place with people who are going to the same destination with us. Because if you go and carry people who have passed their destination, you have a problem. And that's not what we want to do. We want to do the right things and everything. So party, we will change certain things and we'll collaborate. It is important. You know, and you said thanks for the youth and what somebody asked about the advice of the youth. Let me be honest with you. We're doing what we're doing for the youth because we want to save ourselves. You can't pick with your children anarchy and think you'll be safe. The reason why we have insecurity today is because we didn't invest in our youth yesterday. It is those people that were left and abandoned that have become a problem to us. If we have invested in them, the right education, the right things, the North is far unsafe today than the South. Because they didn't invest in education. They didn't invest in training those people. So if you leave these people abandoned, you're actually not saving your life. So what we're doing is investing in them to save our lives and for our children to live in a better society. Yes, you're in Canada. You live in a better society. But I can tell you, in terms of Nigeria, you're also one of the biggest losers because your children won't come back there again. They don't want to be associated. Who wants to go where there's insecurity? Somebody just said he could not go because they don't want him to go to Enugu. They want to go to... So if you don't go, do you think your children will ever go there? You think they'll come for your burial? No. I've heard people who say, listen, you know, just bury my dad. I wish him well. So what you're doing is that you're investing in your future. And a youth asked me, what do I think about the youth? Yes, you're right. My advice to you is that you came from a country called Nigeria. Chinese people live in Canada. Well, they're proud to be called Chinese people. They've never abandoned China. They're still Canadian Chinese or Chinese Canadian, whatever you call them. Indians are here. They've never abandoned India. They're still proud to be saying, I'm an Indian. So are Vietnamese, so are Philippines, so are everybody. Everybody is still happy to say, I'm from here. And if your own is not bad, so you can, in your own little knowledge And when we talk about capacity building, that's the word capacity building. People say to me, what is about capacity building? It's using that knowledge you learn from here, that exposure, that belief, and translating into not thinking about his tribe or his religion. I can tell you, whenever people tell me about religion, what I tell them is, and I'm sure I've said it here in Canada, Dubai is thriving. If I go to Dubai, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic. I go to St. Mary's, I think St. Mary's Church in Dubai. The Catholic Church in Dubai, the land and the church was built by Emir of Dubai. It's written there. He gave them the land, built the church. So why is our own different? So it's even encouraging that diversity. It's even encouraging that situation because it makes society work. The biggest mosque in Europe, no, well, I don't know, maybe I'm correct, but one of the biggest is in London. It's a land given by the Queen. The Queen is not. So it is, why would it be? I'm not scared of anybody in Nigeria. I believe that we're same. I always introduce myself as a Nigerian. I don't believe there's any part of Nigeria that I don't love. We're Nigerians. For me today, I want to invest in the North. I believe we can pull Nigeria back from the North because they have all the resources. Our biggest cause of our inflation today is food. We have vast uncultivated land in the North. If we cultivate it, we can feed Africa. We can feed everybody. You see me in my tweets question why should Ukraine have more grain than Nigeria? Our land in the North is bigger than the entire Ukraine. Ukraine is about 603,000 square kilometers. And the northern Nigeria is bigger than Ukraine. So the youths, I urge you to be part of this change. It is necessary for us. Well, what do you advise? Advise, okay, Nigerian youth, okay. And then it comes to finally, the security situation in the country. There are so many things you need to do to reduce the security situation in Nigeria. We have insecure countries all over the world. And I don't think our own is peculiar. We just need to focus on it. We just need to deal with it. We can't allow non-state actors take over a country. You might as well declare war. Nations have been in war. We've seen corruption in the security system. We've seen under manpower and everything. There's no way, if you come to Canada today, and as we are here now, if anything happens here, there's nothing unique that gives perception there's security in Canada. You know what will happen if anything goes wrong here now? You probably see 6, 7 police vehicles running around all over the place. No, I'm just telling you. What does it do? Perception. That we are ready to deal with this. Then if you say that there's school, God forbid, school shootout down there, tomorrow, the Prime Minister, everybody will arrive there. That is the sense of that. We want to deal with this. You motivate people and say, we can't take this. I won't have this. And deal with it decisively. In our country, it doesn't happen. And finally, how do I keep going? Just like I urge you to keep going. I've said it before several times. It's too late. It's not a long story how I got involved in politics. And since I got involved, I don't want to go away again. I wasn't a politician. I was like every one and each of you. I never voted from the day I decided to go and contest governor. If there's anything in my life that I never knew it was possible, is to go near politics. If there's anything that have made me lost a fortune where I would have been in life, it's politics. But then, Everything I've had is by His grace. And it's by His grace that He takes you to where you don't want to go or where you want to go. I've said it before. I joined politics from going to schools. In my little life, I've been to various schools in my life. I didn't have a privilege of coming to school in Canada, but I've been to trainings from Harvard to Columbia to Kellogg. I'm a Kellogg scholar. Somebody asked me just last week, said, Peter, how are you an alumnus of Cambridge, Oxford, IMD, Kellogg? And I said I was actually going to know whether there's something in their brain that is different from our brain. But wherever I go, I found out that our brain might actually be better than their own. And I asked myself, so where are you not doing better? But in Kellogg, I met a man called Professor Donald Jacob, the Dean of Kellogg Graduate School. This was in 2001. He took us on a course called the World Economy. Since you wanted to know, let me explain it to you. And he taught us for 3.5 months, 3 months. He never mentioned anything about Africa. A day before his last day, that is the last day he will retire from Kellogg, he came into the class and the whole hall was full. The whole of Kellogg Graduate School hall was full. And I said, Dean Jacob, you haven't said anything about Africa. He said, do I want to know about Africa? I said, yes. I paid $40,000 for this course. And you haven't talked about my country. Dean Jacob, I went to live there. I'm going to live with them. So the reason why, because you asked this, we were low in education. I could visit those schools, people in Anambra State, twice, 3 times. And I would say to people, these two, they don't have anything. Who is from where? You won't believe it's the same school. Up to get admission there. Where are you from? That could feel it. Where schools change and know the names of the school, at their face. When I had poverty, when I do things and everything, he always tell me, say, Peter, no. It's not about stay. And it's not because he did it with me. You see where I said everything. He said, Peter, but it's not. And he will always ask me, said, but it can change the life of somebody in my village. Sleep. It doesn't matter, I can sleep here. It's just me. I'm in the best place, I will be awake. So there's a big man. I said, well, you pay. We drove together to his village. And I said, 5,000. You could see the joy in their face. That's what keeps me going. When you see those poor people, that's all they are suffering for. They didn't do anything by going around preaching to people and saying, we have to change. I won't want to go on and question because you have something you want to do. Help them to run their Chatham House. You need to be able to learn to do. It's about capacity. Whether you're talking about people, sports, everything, the people, maybe in school, I went to see a Jamaican over there. I said, athletics and everything. It was actually, they were earning more money than they did. So many things you talked about, Easter's or New Year's in prisons. And I tried, you won't believe it. How anything goes. So even if you, because we have not it, so when you get there, the more it's from Taraba, 54,000 square conducive place. He got to this there and every part of Nigeria. So for me, when we talk about especially I'm not a saint. But I always say here is that there's consequence. Right? No thief sees one. I wasn't under any obligation. Everybody every day and everything. But life continues. If that money was still today, it wouldn't. It was me. Imagine if I had 100%, I wouldn't be here talking to. So, but These are sacrifice. Sleep well and come and be listening to this. Who don't sacrifice today, like he's doing now, go back there is worse. So I think don't work hard.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, news of necessity of what is like a response of what was happening in the People's Democratic Party. The dumping of the PDP by the former governor of Anambra State, Mr. Peter Obi, was a news that a lot of people were talking about. And today, since declared that he has moved to the Labour Party. Tonight, I'm being joined by the former governor of Anambra State and the frontline presidential aspirant, Mr. Peter Obi. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Segun, for having me.
It was a shocker to a lot of your supporters. We thought, you might say this true. What was the real reason behind your leaving the PDP?
Well, let me correct the first impression. He said it's about dumping them. I didn't dump any party. It's a PDP party. Party is like an association. You have freedom of association. You have freedom to go in, freedom to go out. It's a relationship thing. And when you go into a relationship in an association, you go in there for a reason. And if you feel that maybe the activities that you go on is at variance with your own person and your principles, the only thing you can do is to quietly and decently leave the place. And that's what I did. You could see my write-up to the chairman of the party. There was no tone there that shows any quarrel or anything. I thank them for the opportunity of being their member, opportunity of associating myself there, and said, going on, I found out that I can no longer continue because of some activities I believe that are at variance with my person and my principles.
What kind of things are that?
Well, it's not personal to me.
Okay.
Quite frankly, there's nothing. It's just like I always tell people, the process through which you get into arrive at any destination, especially when it comes to seeking a public office, is as fundamental as what you do thereafter. So for me, I want to be able to follow a process that I believe in. Some people will tell you, do anything, when you get there, you can correct it. No, I don't believe in that. The process must be same as what I do thereafter. As a politician, I have campaigned, I've gone around the country, I've done what I'm supposed to do, presented myself to the people, and if I find out there's other things I might not be able to be part of, I decently withdrew myself. There was no issue.
You know the reason why I'm asking this question? I mean, one is curious that just about the time you left, Senator Abaribe has left also.
Well, everybody has his own reason for leaving.
You think things are going wrong in the PDP?
No, I don't think so. Everybody, like I said, it's association. Now people are living, they're living everywhere, you know. It's an association. You have right to go in, you have right to go out. There's nothing wrong there.
Does it call to question from what your friend said yesterday, Governor Nyesom Wike said about, I mean, you leaving the party and coming back, you've gone around the country, and now, on what platform will you now say you want to, you've gone on the platform of the PDP to campaign, to go around and consult the delegates of the PDP. Does that call to question your own loyalty as a party person?
I don't understand. Can you be clear on what he said? He said
Governor Nyesom Wike called your loyalty to question to the PDP.
What I don't know what I loyalty to question. I came into a system, and I was part of that system. I stayed there throughout the years I was in PDP. Nobody can question my loyalty to the party. I participated in everything, and when I'm going out, I didn't go out in a cross situation. I did it so decently because I have right to do so. I don't think there's anything.
Did you probably think that you may not get the ticket of the party?
Not at all, not at all, not at all. I'm not desperate to be president. Not am I desperate to be anything. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work, especially for the youths of this country.
You don't think that PDP is the right vehicle for you to achieve that?
No. It's, like I said, I've left. I've moved on, to where I think the process might allow me. It's not about, I keep saying, it's not about winning or losing. I would rather lose doing the right thing than win doing the wrong thing. My politics have been consistent in character and integrity throughout the time I started. And you can go and check. This is not the first time I left PDP, if you don't know. In 2002, when I started this politics, I was a member of PDP. Go and read what Olisametu wrote. I went to one meeting, and I wanted to contribute, and people said, no, you can't contribute. No, I quietly left them. I went to APCA, because I said, if I'm in a system where freedom of contribution is not allowed, I went to APCA, campaigned, won the election, somebody else was declared. I didn't quarrel. I went to court. I became the first Nigerian to ever stay in court for 3 years until court declared me the winner. I didn't quarrel. Same thing is what you see in that consistency I'm saying. When I became governor, 6 months after, I was impeached. I didn't quarrel with those who impeached me. I went to court. Eventually, the court brought me back. I became the first Nigerian to come back from impeachment as a governor. Of course, less than 1 year after that, election was conducted when my tenure was just about 1 year. INEC conducted the election, declared somebody as winner, he became governor. I didn't quarrel. I went to court again. And all through to Supreme Court, I won. That is why you have staggered the election in Nigeria today. It was because of me. I became the first person to set that example.
This very move that you've made, how painful is it for you?
It's not painful.
Because you've gone around as a flag, seeking the flag of the PDP. Now you have to abandon that. It's like a project that you've seen to almost 95%, and you abandoned and you left.
There's nothing painful in my life. My late mother taught me never, always be glad for an experience. No matter what it costs you.
So what informed the choice of Labour Party?
Well, if you look at what I've been saying, you mentioned something. Can I go back to the question you asked earlier about comments of Governor Wike yesterday? There's something he talked about. When he was talking, the one I think he mentioned was when he talked about issue of integrity. He said that even my going questions my integrity. I don't know how that was came in, but I think when we talk about integrity, we should talk about the integrity in management of public resources. That is what we should be talking about in this country. And when such things are mentioned about me, I feel maybe there's something missing somehow. So you go and check my record as the governor. I was impeached for 3 reasons. 1, my office had an approved budget to be renovated for 298 million naira. I renovated everything with 43,200,000. My lodge, to repair and renovate the lodge where the governor lives, which is me, was 486 million naira. I did everything with 81 million naira. Number 3 item was that I was saving money without the authority of the house. From day one, I said we must save money. And that went through. For 8 years I was governor. Go ask any contractor, whether any contractor was sat with me to talk about what is I'm entitled to, inflated any contract, any supplier, anybody. And when I left office, his record, I left $75 billion, $500 million at that time. Because it's public money. I was managing public trust. And I did so.
That's for you, integrity.
For me, that is, when you talk about integrity, it questions your management of public trust and resources. Go to Anambra State today. I have no land given to me by Anambra State government. My managing director of my housing authority, Mike Wafo, is still alive. He gave me land and 2 houses. And I told him, I'm not entitled to it. I'm the manager of this. So, for me, nobody have ever seen me in my political life sharing money anywhere. I'm not saying I'm a saint, but I did things which I believe it was right. You asked me a question. Second question which you asked.
Yeah. And then I was asking you that, because that matter touched on the issue of your integrity and perhaps the allegation of a lack of character. And that you immediately left and I've
just shown you the issue of, I've just described the issue of character, how I came to where I was, and I've shown you the answer to the issue of integrity, and then...
Your choice of Labour Party.
Well, let me also correct one thing that I read in social media, that I immediately visited
NNPP.
NNPP. Never had such visit.
That was not a choice for you at the time?
No, it wasn't even a choice.
Why was the speculation coming that you might be joining NNPP?
I don't know. Here the people who live on speculation. I never visited anybody. I didn't even leave. I just said, I wrote a letter and submitted it quietly. Why choice of Labour? If you had followed my mantra since I started this, I've always said, Cheryl, the greatest tragedy of our country today is consumption and not production. It is sharing and not creating. I said I want to move the country from consumption to production. A country of 200 million people with a land size of 923,000 square kilometers cannot produce or feed itself. No export. So our total export is less than $30 billion.
How do you hope to change that narrative?
For 200 million people. Less than 30. That is including oil. Oil is about 80% of our foreign exchange earning. And so you can calculate how much that it is when you include that. So you're talking about, there's no way that can happen. There's no way that can sustain the country. It is not possible. Countries that are smaller in land size, in population, like I've always mentioned, like Vietnam, 100 million, 331,000 square kilometers of land. Total export last year, $312 billion. 97% are manufactured goods. There's no production here. It must change.
I'm going to ask you how you hope to change that, because at this point in time, millions of Nigerians are listening to those who want to get into the #1 city in the country, and the solution are the issues. But we'll take a breather. So much, everyone, for staying with us. Mr. Peter Obi, presidential aspirant who moved now to the Labour Party, has been talking to us. Thank you so much, Mr. Obi, for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you were talking about, a lot of Nigerians, including myself, were interested in solutions. And I'm very certain that Nigerians are looking for the person who has the answers to the very many questions on the lips of a lot of Nigerians. So you're talking about export and our capacity as a Nigerian to generate revenue. Now, the question is, what would you do differently to turn around this very challenge of our country?
So when you see me go around the country talking about trade, it's clear developmental parameters or yardsticks to measure development. If you go through #1, which are there for everybody to see, is issue of human development index. So first is you talk about issue of health, you talk about issue of education, you talk about the issue of per capita. All these issues are issues you need to invest adequately in. And then especially the last one, you can only increase people's per capita by tackling the economy. And you can't talk about tackling the economy without talking about trade. It is trade that is the main, call it engine or wheel of economy. And countries after countries, growth are measured, wealth are measured by the trade of that nation. So that's the critical area where you need to invest. Sharon, I'm a trader. I've created wealth. I started as a micro, small, medium business. So I know what you can do in order to create wealth. Today we have massive insecurity, massive, problems all over the place. Which solution can be linked to the economy? If you invest in the economy of this country and put millions of people that you have thrown into poverty out of poverty, shall you reduce criminality? That has been done everywhere in the world. And we have talented young people, energetic, that we have not invested in. If you invest properly in them, give them access to capital, access to proper education and everything, it will be different.
So if Nigerians give you a chance now, today, with security situation in the country, economic situation and all of that, say in 100 days or less, what should they expect from you differently from what we see today in Nigeria? As a leader, how drastic or how radical would you handle things?
Well, Shehu, don't talk about 100 days. This problem cannot be solved in 100 days. Anybody who is promising 100 days...
But Nigerians want solution. They want action.
No, it is not possible. You can't do it overnight. You just have to, from day one, show a clear destination that is visible, measurable, people can believe in. I've done it in the state.
And that's what they should expect from a Peter Obi presidency.
Period. You do it systematically. And you can measure it. If you say, I'm going to tackle issues, we're going to invest in health, primary health care, how many schools of nurses we have? We have 774 local governments. How many do we have today? We have less than about 400 schools in this sector. Can we increase it? What are we producing? The world is shortage of nurses and midwives. Can we help? Even in Nigeria, the number we have is far less than the required. So what are we doing? You can move into education. Today, our tertiary school enrollment is 9%. The global average is 38%. In developed world, it's 50%. So look at it. We are not even achieving a quarter of the global average. And worse, they're shut down for months now. You can't do that.
You've said all of this, but the question is whether or not you are hoping to get a ticket of the Labour Party. That's the plan, isn't it?
No. Sir, I've told you. My position in this whole exercise is not enshrined in desperation.
But you hope to be the president of Nigeria?
Yes, I hope to get the ticket.
That's one of the reasons why you
I hope
come
to
to
get the
Labour Party.
ticket. I hope to get the ticket. I have to campaign the way it should be, and I hope that the people will vote for me because I have an idea on how to turn around this sinking ship.
Mr. Peter Obi, we need to let you go because we have a lot of obligations that we need to meet tonight. Thank you so much, and we hope that at some point, please create time so that we can talk extensively about some of your plans.
Thank you
so
very much,
Mr. Peter Obi, for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're going live to London, where presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, is addressing the Chatham House in London.
Dr. Ellis Vines and his team for the global impact of their mission and commitment to engagement with nation building in Nigeria. In providing this global platform to interrogate the vision of those seeking to lead Nigeria at this time, we clear existential threats, as I will discuss shortly, are pervasive across our dear country. This Chatham House event challenges us to a new thinking. We have an alarming insecurity that led to loss of many lives and properties, significant decline in food and economic output, immense trauma that has compromised the mental health of communities, and in some cases, identity pressures and disaffection with the Nigerian project. The economy is in crisis, with a troubling debt profile worsened by oil theft of proportion once hard to imagine. 2 economic recessions in 6 years, and lamentable power sector that have significantly constrained manufacturing and social life. The Nigerian state is captive to an elite gang-up and a rentier political economy that concentrated power in hands of those who came to power and influence mainly through their own contrivances and influence rather than affirmation of the people, and therefore do not have the incentive to serve the people. Even after exploiting the ethnic and religious cleavages, sentiments to ascend to political power, the very people on whose sentiments they grab power often become the primary victims of such political fraud that has rendered Nigeria a failing state with worsening leadership crisis. Consequently, Nigerian democracy had been on the wane, evident in Afrobarometer longitudinal tracking, which reveals low voter turnout. But this seems to have turned around dramatically last year, allowing independent National Electoral Commission to register over 12 million new voters, with many more complaining they wish to register, but unable to do so due to an INEC deadline. What prompted this turnaround? We may ask. The reason for these very high stakes are lurking in the fact of demographics, with our dominant population, the youth, frustrated and unhappy with the status quo and diminished opportunities in Nigeria in an age of globalization, when internet can easily reveal to them prosperous homes of those who live in a better led and governed countries. How did we, Nigeria, plunk or get here in such an economic decline that we have overtaken India as a home for the biggest pool of absolute poor in the world, when they are 7 times our population? While the poverty rate in India is 16%, that of Nigeria is 63%, with 133 million people classified as multidimensionally poor. This is unacceptable and needs to change. What Nigeria needs is a great escape as 2015 Nobel Prize winner in economics Angus Deaton of Princeton University elucidated that what separates poor and rich nations is attributed to health and education. But what provides quality health and educational system for a society, committed and focused leadership that can build and sustain public wealth, as I was told by Professor Donald Jacob of Kellogg School of Management. In many ways, this is the heart of my remarks today, which are deeply rooted in my upbringing, particularly my mother's counsel, that I live a life of positive impact and manage both personal and public resources most prudently for the sustainable, inclusive growth of development of the society. It is this principle that guided my stewardship as governor of Anambra State of Nigeria and led to our much commended performance with some prize awards to show for it. Some awards for outstanding accomplishments in key Millennium Development Goals, non-sustainable development goals. It is the same counsel and principle that is guiding and motivating me to offer to serve in a new Nigeria. The answer lies in leadership, institution, and demographics. The good news is that the demography is driving the change we're seeing in Africa. With election after election last year in Africa, in which establishment parties are being upturned by new and small parties. It is this change that my vision of policy change and institutional development is rooted in a push for a broadened scope of social mobility and freedom for Nigeria, particularly for the youths and women. Like the former British Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, said, at the start of the independence decade, a wind of change is blowing across Africa. Today, that new wind of change sees the ballot box as being instrumental to changing of bad leadership. Senator Yusuf Dat Ahmed, my running mate, and I are committed to new politics that start with ethics of servant leaders and anchored on marriage of clean hearts and skillful hands. We know that unless we change the politics by changing the political leadership, we are stuck in this terrible state of underdevelopment and misery. We will build patriotically our institutions, particularly the ones directly responsible for implementing government policies, to make them fit for purpose. It is not to be doubted at the global scene that Nigeria is blessed with some of the most entrepreneurial youths in the world, in science, in business, in art and entertainment. We believe that what remains is the changing of leadership class from predictors to creators of value, from those whose wealth and power drive from the institution of the nation and its people to those who have demonstrated competence, character, capacity to invest in human development, create prosperity, and instill right values and ethical conduct deserving of servant leaders. Nigeria today is at a critical juncture, and the people led by the youths, brutalized by bad leadership, are awake and leading the movement to transform Nigerian politics and restart the engine of economic growth and social stability. We count ourselves honored to be trusted, especially by the youth, to lead this democratic revolution, and we are deeply pledged to do so with sincerity, accountability, and unquenchable love and desire for a better Nigeria. We are simply the symbol of Nigerian youth struggle to reverse this ugly trend that keeps driving them into social anomia, despair, and rejection of their country. We are determined to do everything that needs to be done to rescue and lead our country to prosperity, freedom, security, and peace. We will use merit to assemble competent Nigerians from all sections of Nigeria to form effective government of national unity. At the heart of my goal here today is to look at our Labour Party's key policy plans and how they will drive up the quality of life of average Nigerian, dramatically reduce poverty, and return Nigeria to a place of strategic relevance in a world that needs a thriving and well-governed Nigeria, stabilizing the continent of Africa, making it high-value add for a planet impaired by environmental challenges, terrorism, and inequity. I also plan to speak on institutions and how the leadership we offer can facilitate the evolution of stronger institutions with the rule of law a key anchor to nation building in Nigeria. I have no doubt that the policy choice we favor and the strong institutions Labour Party will facilitate will move Nigeria from a country of rent seekers sharing oil receipts and consuming conspicuously to the one that produces based on vast factor endowments whose value chains can move us towards a high employment economy. We will turn our youth budget to a democratic dividend rather than today's harvest of time bomb of violence, insecurity from uneducated, unemployed, and marginalized youth. This forms the first and most important thrust of our government priorities, without which the rest will not be achieved, to secure Nigeria, end banditry and insurgents, and unite our dear nation to manage our diversity such that no one is left behind. The growing insecurity you see in Nigeria today is not because the enemy is formidable. It is not a lack of focused leadership, ineffective security government structure, and poor coordination from the center. All this needs to be addressed by first projecting strong leadership, signal that will allow both state and non-state actors to be mobilized around single vision. Then, by pursuing a robust reform of the security governance structure, coordinating mechanism that assures all levels of government, federal, state, local, with three-level policing are aligned with strong collaboration with partners from both private and development groups to provide required services and deliver results for every Nigerian. Once this is done, it is important to have a single, clear, coherent, consistent development process. It is important for institutions to be able to provide strong leadership, coordination, capability, partner and engage collaboratively with all relevant stakeholders in an environment that mutually reinforces values. The second plank of our policy thrust is to shift emphasis from consumption to production by running a production-centered economy that is driven by agrarian revolution and export-oriented industrialization. With about 70 million hectares of arable land, we will pursue an agricultural revolution through proper segmentation of Nigerian to activate and harness factor endowment of different parts of the country for both rapid and mechanized agricultural development and as a pillar for Nigerian other sectorial development and industrialization. We will incentivize and invest in an agro-cluster and industrial cluster development across our geo-resource zones to take advantage of agglomeration and scale effects, of particularly in the northwest, northeast, and north central regions of Nigeria. We will dredge both River Niger and River Benue, build dams massively to support planting of economic trees across the country for local usage, poverty and elimination, export and revenue generation. A key task is to sequentially but decisively dismantle the inefficient and anti-market distortionary structures restraining the Nigerian economy from creating a precondition for a dynamic pro-market economy. We will employ entrepreneurial governance to dismantle impediments to free trade and ease of doing business, and implementing radical economic policies that will drastically reduce our debt service, a major drain to government revenue as it is today. Our micro, small and medium-scale enterprises will be robustly supported. Further borrowing must be strictly for productive purposes and not for consumption. While we aggressively pursue the activation of all opportunities in oil and gas value chain, we will target incentive schemes that will be professionally administered to diversify our non-oil export portfolio with proper consideration and management of climate change risk and opportunities. The third pillar of our government priorities is to restructure the polity through effective legal and institutional reforms to entrench rule of law, aggressively fight corruption, reduce the cost of governance, and establish honest and efficient civil service. Reducing costs of governance in Nigeria is an effective way of fighting institutional corruption. In addition to reducing the cost of governance and streamlining government operations for efficiency and effectiveness, we will ensure that reforms we pursue will not in any way affect the livelihood of our hardworking and efficient civil servants. Critical to fighting corruption, we will install a new budgeting system founded on the cardinal principle of public accountability, objective setting, and program implementation. This is against the extant budgetary principles of revenue mobilization, expenditure allocation, borrowing without emphasis on monitoring, evaluation, and feedback. We will enforce principles of performance, auditing, institutionalized monitoring, and evaluation process of the entire public service delivery as the primary means of actualizing our vision of the new Nigeria. This reform will institutionalize our personal involvement of both the President and the Vice President in setting budgetary objectives of MDAs and monitoring, evaluating the implementation process through Office of Regulatory Review in the Office of the President. Budget monitoring and evaluation capacity will be strengthened within the presidency. We will embark on effective micro and physical restructuring to quickly restore physical viability by discontinuing unaffordable subsidies which have left a black hole in government finances. Fiscal and monetary policy will be properly coordinated with each conventional tool transparently instead of distorting markets in favor of privileged few. For instance, an avoidance of doubt, we will collaborate with Central Bank of Nigeria for a transparent liberalization of our foreign exchange market and dismantling of OPEC multiple exchange rates. Regime which effectively subsidies few privileged persons. We will seek to boost the supply side rather than continue to concentrate exclusively on demand management of foreign exchange. When unaffordable subsidies are removed, some carefully calibrated transfers will be used to cushion adverse effect impact on economically weak. If the competitiveness of the sector is to be enhanced, then we will do so via enactment of transparent and specifically target fiscal and trade policies designed to stimulate investment and growth. Revenue shortfalls and leakages such as oil theft will be dealt with decisively by holding persons in position of authority fully accountable. The fourth plank of our governance priorities is to leapfrog into the fourth industrial revolution through application of scientific technological innovation to create digital economy. Building on the gains of agriculture-led manufacturing and export, we will pursue development of knowledge and skills to leverage on the emerging disruptive digital technologies, automation, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, blockchain technology, biotechnology, and data science, all of which are the heart of the fourth industrial revolution. The fifth plank of our government priorities is to build expansive infrastructure for efficient power supply, rail, road and air transportation, and pipeline network through integrated public-private partnership and entrepreneurial public sector governance. Our solution to the perennial power problem in Nigeria is comprehensive and it's well covered in our manifesto. We will ensure that we deal with the issue of transmission, distribution. However, we will immediately complete the 2.3 billion Nigeria Siemens network improvement deal to achieve a stable 7,000 by the end of this year, 11,000 megawatts by 2024, and 25,000 megawatts by 2025. We will support local manufacturing capacities and power technologies and encourage and expand local R&D in universities, training centers, and workshops, through which many jobs will be created. Our sixth priority program is to enhance human capital development of our youth for productivity and global competitiveness through investment in education, in research, quality health, and entrepreneurial education. The World Bank Human Capital Development Index ranks Nigeria 168 over 173. To move Nigeria right to the top bracket of the index, we will pursue a Marshall Plan type program on education that incorporates compulsory technical and vocational skills, sports, entrepreneurship, programming, digital skills from primary to secondary school level. In line with this commitment to transform our educational sector, we will prioritize funding of this critical sector. Our tertiary institution will be remodeled to serve as hubs and centers of research, development, and commercialization of ideas for quick industrialization of Nigeria. Finally, our seventh priority is to conduct an Afrocentric diplomacy that protects the rights of Nigerian citizens abroad, advances the economic interests of Nigerians and Nigerian businesses in a changing world. In concluding, let me say that the problem with Nigeria is at once complex and simple. It rests on leadership. As our erudite Professor Chinua Achebe stated, the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leadership. In Achebe's view, there's nothing basically wrong with Nigerian character. The Nigerian problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility, to the challenge of leading in the front by example, which is the hallmark of true leadership. When people of competence, character, commitment, compassion take over the leadership and pursue their mission and tasks with seriousness required, a new Nigeria characterized by peace, unity, prosperity, inclusiveness will be achieved and sustained. That is what's driving Dati, Baba Ahmed, and I to join to offer to lead this desire and crusade of Nigerian, particularly the youth, for an inclusive and sustainable Nigeria that works for all. In line with my upbringing, especially my mother's counsel, my promise is that Nigerian resources will be most prudently used for Nigerians. And as Commander-in-Chief, I, Mr. Peter Obi, sincerely pledge that our path with Nigeria will be diligently pursued to create a new Nigeria characterized by sustained and inclusive growth and development for all. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Peter, I don't know if you want to sit for a moment while we take a few questions. We'll take them in threes, or you can stay there as you wish.
Yeah.
Look, the first question, we have, at the moment, the analytics are showing we have tens of thousands of people watching. So my apologies if you are on Facebook, YouTube, the Chatham House channel. We can't take questions from you. On Zoom, we have hundreds of questions that have come in. One question is from Baba Femi Adibola, who is asking the following question. Given the complexity of Nigeria's democracy and the Labour Party not projected to have the majority in the National Assembly, how would you work with legislators to ensure the radical reforms you are proposing come to light if you win the presidential election? So that's one question. Just hold that there. And I'm going to go right to the back of the room, right at the corner there. The gentleman right in the corner. Yes, so yes, you. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself and one question, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Ajiboye Tsumishi from Huddersfield University. So my question is simple. The activities of the hip-hop in Nigeria is on alarming rate every day. And with all the policy, beautiful ideas that you've listed down, sir, without tackling security head on, they are impossible. So one of the allegations given to you is that you've not condemned the activities of the hip-hop. So and tackling of security.
Can you sum up, please?
Let me land. Tackling of security.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's...
Sorry, I'm a student. We have to line. Tackling of security, how will you tackle it, sir? Are you introducing... Yes.
Please.
Are you introducing state police, or are you strengthening the federal government security apparatus? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have another question that has come in, which I want to ask from our virtual audience, and it's from Vivian Achekwezu, who's asking the following. Vivian is asking, for many years Nigeria has underinvested in healthcare. What are your plans for achieving universal health coverage, where access to healthcare is a right rather than a privilege, as well as ensuring sustained funding for epidemic preparedness and response? We did have a similar question for Mr. Tinubu in the last session that we did. So there are 3 questions there for you, Peter, and then I'll come through the audience here. Please just be patient.
First question is, how do you deal with the legislators, considering that Labour Party is probably not in control of the legislative arm of the government? Quite frankly, I have been through this as a governor. When I was elected and sworn in as the governor, I have 30 House members, not from my party. In fact, nobody from my party was involved. As long as you are pursuing what is right, everybody will go with you, because the legislator is insecure in his place. He knows that his people are without job, and that's what he wants. He wants development. What else is he elected to do? It becomes a problem when you are pursuing transactional policies which will benefit you, or you're engaging in nepotism where you have to. But if you address it by strictly following the Constitution, which spells out that the system is characterized by simply that we have diversity and all is included, and you do the right things, you don't need to worry about that. On the issue of IPOB, maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in the space. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I'll talk with them. So I'll deal with everybody. I'll show you of that. Don't worry about that. On issue of health, yes, we have a problem with health. We have underinvested, and because our government have not prioritized our development agenda, everybody knows that the only measure of development that is recognized globally today is Human Development Index. And this is hinged on 3 items: life expectancy, which is health. And we are low in that. Nigerian life expectancy today is about 50 something, as against global average of 72. So we're low. Same in education. So it's to prioritize that. I just gave somebody an example. In the past 5 years, from 2015 to 2021, Nigerian budget in health is under 2.5 trillion naira for 200 million people. It's unacceptable. Even this year, our budget for health is about 1.5 trillion. Our budget for education is about 2 trillion. Two of them combined, annual budget is about 3.5 trillion. When your 6-month budget for subsidy, which is a criminalized, listen, is 3.6 trillion. It's unacceptable. You have to put money in key development areas, as Professor Johnson has just mentioned, and I read out here, that what separates country, rich and poor, is health and education. So it's clear. So we will deal with it. But he said, how do you cover it? Nations of our size have covered it. How did India, for 1.4 billion people, cover issue of health? How did Indonesia cover that? We have big nations that have done it well. If we don't know how to do it, we learn from them. There's nothing wrong in learning if you don't know how to do it.
I'm going to take more questions. Now, there is someone who has such a strong arm. Their arm has been up for 15 minutes. Now, I'm not going to say that's criteria for taking question next time, but madam, you get the question. You have the strongest arm in the audience. Please introduce yourself. One question.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon and welcome, sir. My name is Priscilla Winkbo, and I'm an independent broadcaster here in London. And sir, you spoke about your point number 5, which is to generate electricity and power in Nigeria. And you spoke about transmission, distribution, and generation. But I think it's fair to say that our problems with power goes beyond those 3 areas. And the main problem that I see here is this. We have a population, or part of the economy, shall we say, those who supply spare parts, the engineers, those who work within that sector, whether it's those that are selling generators, and we know that that issue is perhaps the biggest issue when it comes to our power generation. So my question here is this. How do you plan, number 1, and I'm going to take a risk here, to deal with the big boys, and how do you also plan to address that economy that will then no longer exist because you have generated power? Because I'm sure that they too will rise up against it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We did online have lots of questions about refining also, and so this is a key issue that people are asking question about. So the gentleman there, a bit further along. Yes, there, you, just there, yeah. Please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Thank you very much.
One question.
Good to see you, Peter. Paul Arkwright, I was the British High Commissioner to Nigeria from 2015 to 2018, and it's good to see you in London, sir. Thank you very much for your talk. I've now moved into private business. I'm a consultant, and I'm advising companies and funds, investors, to look at Africa, to look at Nigeria, to consider investing there, and everyone agrees, I think, that FDI, foreign direct investment, is critical to the future of Nigeria. But they, at the moment, they're very cautious, and that's putting it diplomatically. When you become president, sir, could you tell me the sort of 3 things you would do in the first, let's say, 100 days, which would encourage, which would send the right signal to foreign investors to look again at Nigeria, not just look again at Nigeria, but to invest in Nigeria? Because as you know, I'm one of Nigeria's strongest supporters, and I think this is a country which is worth investing in. Thank you.
Okay. And I will come back to this side. The gentleman just there. You, sir? Just there. No. Behind, sorry. You're the lucky one. One question, short, please. Give your name.
Good evening. It's William Owomayi, the UK's young ambassador to the Commonwealth and a member of Chatham House. You've caught Nigeria by storm in recent months with your campaign and your vision to unify Nigeria, mobilizing young people all across the country. You mentioned debt a few times in your speech. Currently, the government is repaying debt to the central bank at an interest rate of 19.5%, which is extremely high. How do you plan to support the next generation?
The government is paying?
Repaying the central bank debt by 19.5% interest rate. How do you plan to support the next generation by dealing with the debt repayment crisis? And also, how do you plan to deal with tackling financial transparency in Nigeria? The central bank hasn't released its balance sheet in about 3 years.
Thank you. There you go, Peter. 3 questions.
Let me start with my sister there. He talked about the big, what you're saying is about the big boys who are selling generators. Let me assure you what we've been campaigning on. Our campaign, you have heard them say we don't have structures. That is the structure we're trying to destroy. Structure of criminality. That is what I mentioned. That Nigeria is being held captive. That structure is structure that has impoverished Nigeria. We will dismantle it. It will not be there. I assure you of that. We're going to turn around the power sector. Nigeria generates about, today, 56,000 megawatts of electricity for 200 million people. And South Africa, the second biggest in terms of economy in the continent, 5 to 6,000, that's been 5 to 6,000, sorry. And South Africa, the second biggest economy, 60 million people, generates about 40 to 50,000. And South Africa, in the past 3 months, have declared emergency in power and said anybody can generate up to 100 megawatts without license. So somebody who is 60 million, generating about over 40,000, declared emergency. What do you think somebody with 2 million people generating 5 to 6,000 will do? War. I'm going to declare war on power, and I'll solve it. Anybody who stands on the way, so be it. Bringing back foreign investor is very simple, Paul. Foreign investor is like bee and honey. All you need is to create honey. The way bee will find the place is very simple. Foreign capital is scared of corruption. Is scared of bad policies. Is scared of where there's no rule of law. You need to put a regulatory environment that makes it conducive. You need to secure it. That is at the heart of what Dati and I are offering. We will build that intangible assets of securing the country, making sure that we govern to rule of law. We will fight corruption. Dati have a record that is the only National Assembly member who refused to buy property of government when it was offered to all National Assembly members. You can go and look at his record. If you have seen anywhere he has compromised or put himself in a transactional position. And I'll stop running. I know how I approached him, and I told him, I and you owe it to save our people. That's why we came together, and we came back and said, we'll work as a team. We'll solve this problem. Go and check my record. I've governed the state for 8 years, and I've challenged everybody. Paul, you were there. I've been the only governor till today. The day I left office, I was not owing salary, pension, gratuity, or any contract or any supplier. And I left in 3 banks in Nigeria, which I say every day. Access Bank of Nigeria, Fidelity Bank of Nigeria, and Diamond Bank. I left over $150 million. Dollars, I didn't say naira. And I have over 30 billion naira. And Anambra State, you can go and verify anywhere. I've never had a bottle. Anambra State have never bought me. There's no land allocated directly or indirectly by me, and I signed over several thousands of C of O. Anambra has never bought me a bottle of water since I left office. So you can go. We will fight and stop corruption. The first thing about stopping corruption is yourself. If you're not involved, your wife is not involved, your family is not involved, those around you are not involved, you reduce it by over 50%. And that's what I'm going to do. And I'm sure, Paul, you know that. We are committed. We can't disappoint these youths. We must build a new Nigeria. And we'll deal with that. Investors will come back. Those who left, even the young people who are today living, they'll come back. We want to bring them back. Nigerians are prepared to come back if they can find that they have a country to go back to. This green passport, people must be proud to use it. On issue of capital, where do you find money? My young brother, there's nothing wrong in borrowing. Borrowing is a legitimate way of every government I've studied in the world borrow. Even Britain, as we speak, owns over 70% of their GDP. Every government I know lives on borrowing. Even Norway, with 1.4 trillion sovereign wealth, is owing. The economies of the world, the 3rd biggest nation in the world is America. The debt of America today is almost 100% of their GDP. The second, China, is almost owing over 60% of their GDP. Japan owes over 230% of their GDP. But let me tell you the difference. Japan is owing over 230% of their GDP. They invested the money to save their economy. And in that, even with that, Japan is still the highest holder of US treasuries. So there's something they can fall back on. What has happened? So borrowing is not wrong. If I have time, I compare 2 countries that borrowed with Nigeria and how well they've done. But what has happened is that when you borrow for consumption, you have a crisis. Nigeria borrowed for consumption. Nigeria in 2015 had a GDP per capita of $2,550. And they were owing about 15 trillion naira. Today, with central bank ways and means, we're owing over 75. So we have grown that debt by about 400%. But our per capita is 2,000. That means that the money we borrowed was thrown away. So that is what I'm going to reverse. We will restructure the debt as it is today. We will restructure it and put it a long time to be able to pay it. I'm a finance person, that is one. And then we will not say, like I said here, no more borrowing for consumption. We will see borrow, people will see it, it will be transparent, it will be for investment. And that's what we intend to do. Countries have been in this situation before. We're not in a situation where other countries haven't passed before. It's a question of showing leadership, and we will be able to solve it. Thank you.
I'm coming back. We are now almost around 60,000 people just watching us and sending in questions. So we're trying to be at least a bit inclusive. We have a question from Debo Ademoyo, who is asking, what are your policy ideas on climate change? Do you have a plan for ensuring sustainability in a new government? So that's one question. Then there was a joint question from Miss Etty and Zindi Anthony Levy, and they're asking, insecurity is a major problem. What are your plans in tackling this? What are your plans in terms of security sector reform in Nigeria? I'm going to take 2 more physical questions in the room. The lady right in the front here. So I'm not going to discriminate with the front rows. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Chi Chikwendo. I'm a practicing solicitor here, advocating, of course, for rule of law. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the inspiring exposition on your vision for policy change and institutional reforms. It seems to me that it's clear from that if and when elected president, your transformation vision to increase the production capabilities across the various sectors mentioned, including agriculture, extraction industries, human resources, will, to a large extent, hinge on the depth of your level of commitment with solidarity and ownership to implement the proposed policy changes and institutional reforms. However, there is no doubt in my mind that Your Excellency is well aware of the prevailing fundamental challenges to those reforms, including clientele patronage, political capture, and the institutionalized corruption that you mentioned. So the question is, how do you intend to navigate these challenges differently from the efforts of previous administrations, particularly with a view to modifying the behaviors of the key players in support of achieving those anticipated outcomes? And I was very warmed when you mentioned you're broadening the scope of youth inclusion and women based on gender issues. So further, how do you intend to quell the current ethnic tensions ravaging our communities and consequently stagnating economic growth and development, and to implement a pragmatic mechanism for dealing with those societal concerns for equal...
Okay, please. We need... The longer this takes, the less questions. Madam, please, now.
So the question there is, how do you intend to implement a pragmatic mechanism for dealing with those societal concerns for equal access to the services, inclusive participation, and integrating the various ethnic groups?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Peter, if you answer those questions, because that was more than one question.
Well, let me start with the issue of, you have, like you said, you have more than one question. I have about 2 questions. Let me start with the issue of ethnic tension. The ethnic tension you see today is based and as a result of injustice, unfairness, exclusion, marginalization. As soon as you start reversing that, they start going down. That is what I said to young men about agitation. As long as you start doing the right things, as long as you start building an inclusive society where people's talent, hard work will match up their opportunity, you start seeing those things go down. There's tension, even in the Western world here. I lived here when the blacks feel excluded. But as the more the government opens up and tolerates and builds an inclusive, transparent, more broad-based, acceptable, they will come down. And we will show, I've said before, we will show compassion. We will show love. Because there's nothing, you're a leader. Don't go away when Bayelsa is under the water. Don't leave Jigawa to die. Don't say, oh, I cannot go to Southern Kaduna because there's a problem. We will show compassion. We will lead from the front. We're not going to walk away. And for me, Borno is part of Nigeria. I don't want to say people, oh, the region is insecure. Nigeria is insecure. Like I told the IDP people in Christmas, I spent my IDP with IDP people in Makurdi in Christmas. And in New Year was another IDP camp in Abuja. And I said to them, as long as Nigerians are in IDP, all of us are in IDP. I will not allow, and I know that you will not allow it, for any Nigerian to remain in IDP while we're sleeping in our mansions. Never. They must go back. On issue of challenges and dealing with them, the challenges you foresee, I've dealt with such challenges at the Anambra level. And I'll show you the same challenges. We're not going to, as long as you're not involved in this transnational governance, you can deal with anybody. And we're not going to compromise. We have an issue. I said we're at an existential threat that we don't need to. There's nobody, there's no sacred cow. You either be a Nigerian or you can find another country. We have a country with the rule of law. It will be the same level playing field for everybody. I want to solve the problem. For example, I said it without equivocation. I must pull out the poverty that is devastating the north. The vast land in the north is far more in terms of assets and source of revenue generation and exports for Nigeria than the oil. It's very simple. And I give you an example of one state that I use every day. Niger State is 76,000 square kilometers. Precisely 76.3 thousand square kilometers of land. 7 local governments in that state is under control of bandits. I've tried to interview them because they have no job. They have nothing and everything. Niger State is 2.5 times the size of Netherlands. And Netherlands agricultural export last year was $120 billion. Why can't Niger State do 5% of that? They have arable land. And all they get from the revenue, from the sharing, which is the consumption, is less than 50 billion naira. When they have minus their debts and everything. If they earn 6% or 5% of that, it's $6 billion. At 650, it's about 4 trillion. 80 times what they get from here. We will change it. Somebody talked about tackling insecurity. I've said it extensively. It is our first commitment to first secure Nigeria. Securing Nigeria is not impossible. I secured Anambra State as governor. And it won't be different. I've said we will deal and talk with those we will win, we will talk with those who are winnable. It will be carrot and stick. And those who don't, we will deal with them. We're not going to shy away. Nigeria must be secured. It's a country. Every country must be secured. But we are not going to walk away from the problem. We'll deal with it. We have our armies and military used to secure Africa. So this is time to go back and resonate that spirit in which they used to secure Africa to secure Nigeria. And we will deal with it. On climate change, I've always said we'll follow the protocol. And I did mention here about issue of things like planting trees, issues of dredging. These are some of the climate change issues because as you see today, we have a situation where there's flooding in Nigeria because we've not dredged River Niger, River Benue and everything. And I said it consistently. This is not difficult. We've awarded contracts for it in the past. Today, every Egyptian will tell you, no Nile, no Egypt. They have used it to improve the water transportation, which dredging this one will do. And that's along fighting climate change. They've used it for other means, which we will use the same River Niger and River Benue to do. River Niger and River Benue combined is, River Niger is 4,200 kilometers long. River Nile is 1,400. River Benue is 1,400 long. So two of them are 5,600. Nile is 6,650. If Egypt, an African country, can dredge, maintain River Nile, Nigeria is big enough to deal with this, and we'll deal with it. And I assure you, you'll see the difference. It will be clear. Other protocols of climate change will follow it. Where we find difficult, we'll negotiate and talk with other involved in that. We are signatory to it, and it's devastating the world today. So we must follow the protocol.
Thank you. The clock is ticking. We're on We're on borrowed time now, but we are going over, as I said. There's right at the front here, there's a gentleman there. I'm going to take 3 questions, and then I think the clock is going to have had its say. Short and sharp, please. Go ahead.
I'll keep it short. Hi, good afternoon. My name's Alexis Akwajiram. I'm the managing editor of Semaphore Africa. My question is, if you become the next president, would you seek to keep the current central bank governor or replace him? And please explain your answer.
So, the gentleman in the middle there. Yeah. Please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your remarks. My name is Chibuikem Ugongadi. I'm his master's student at King's College London, and it's funny, actually, my question is related to him. Given the debacle at the central bank currently and their conduct over the past 8 years, what is your view on central bank independence as a tool to improve economic growth? And how will you what will you do about the leadership at the central bank when you become president in order to make sure that their principles are in line with yours on monetary policy?
Thank you very much. The lady over there. Yes, madam, you. Yes, but sharp, please. There's a microphone just here. It's next to you. Just there, please. Aha.
Okay, Your Excellency, good afternoon. So my question here is this. You talked about restructuring. As you're aware, Nigeria can barely service its external debt. Nigeria can barely service its external debt, our current external debt. We cannot service it, or we're finding it difficult to service it. Now, when you become president, how do you intend to restructure our external debt without actually downgrading our rating in the market? Thank you.
Thank you. And your name, just so we have it?
My name is Ifeyinwa Umunakwe.
Okay, thank you. And then if we move the microphone to the lady just there. Last question. Yes.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again, Mr. Obi. My name is Kenneth Chukwuwabo. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Cambridge. I study public-private partnerships and education. I read your manifesto, and it seems PPPs are taking a central stage in education sector. So I wanted to ask, what is your rationale for involving private actors in public education, and what governance structures would you put in place to ensure the accountability of these actors in a sensitive sector such as education? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My apologies. We've run out of time now. I'm watching the clock.
Okay. Alex, I hope you will allow me. There's somebody here that is so keen. When I was coming in, he had a question that is so interested, and is like, so I told him, if I have opportunity, I will request and answer it publicly. Okay. Let me again go. People are talking about the central bank governor. The problem, first, let me assure you, central bank will maintain its independence. It will be respected. And again, it is not the problem of the person there. Central bank have a role of monetary policy, if I'm right. Then you have this physical space. It's like a street football. When the person who is supposed to be in the physical space is no longer, it's like you go to a football match, and somebody who is supposed to play in a particular wing is no longer there. You find people playing various wings. The weakness of the physical space allows the monetary space to take over, and in supporting, because there's a weak governance structure, that is why we're able to do what we're doing. With what is happening today is happening. So if you're replacing Godwin and putting somebody with that level of physical rascality, which is what is fueling our inflation and even our rate of exchange today. You know, these are some of the things you need to cut. As long as the government continues on that fiscal rascality, that situation will occur. That's what you need to fix. I won't say what will happen. His term is actually coming to an end. So it won't be too long. So that's that. I assure you that we'll deal with that. You asked about PPP in education. I said you're in Cambridge. Is Cambridge run by British government? Now, I just want to know, because I don't know. When we're talking about PPP in education, we're talking about tertiary education. We're not talking about basic education. We will ensure that basic education is free, and we will drive it aggressive, because we have 20 million out of school children in the north, which I've said we will deal with decisively, because those children mostly have learned Quran, which means they're intelligent. We'll meet them at the point of learning Quran and teach them skill. But the tertiary education, we must find a way to fund it in a collaborative way, public partnership, in order to be able to ensure that 4 years will be 4 years, not what is happening today. That's what we mean by that. And it will be, you'll see, it's a win-win situation. That's it. No, not the basic. It won't be the basic. Then, issue of barely servicing our debts. We're not, I've said it before, we're not the only country that have gone through this. Once we move from consumption to production, what we're going to do first is that what you see today, we're inability to service our debts, is because of fiscal rascality. You're paying unsustainable subsidy, which will be stopped from day one, because it's a criminal thing. You're no longer generating money because they're stealing oil. And the only people who can steal oil are people in government, because ordinary people cannot steal oil. You can't put it in your pocket. It's something that you come with sheep. So all those, and you stop corruption, the waste, everything. And you go to seek to ensure that the revenues of government are properly collected. These are things, when you have tightened all the leakages and wastes, you'll be able to increase your position, and you negotiate and be able to service them. Look at it, just to give you an example. Nigeria is today the only OPEC nation, apart from Venezuela, because of sanction, that is not meeting up its quota. Because over the years of oil theft, the multinationals and everything have not been investing, coupled with the theft and everything. You're not realizing what you're supposed to. Every other nation that is in the same condition was able to bring down their rates and inflation within this period of Ukraine war. I'm not saying it's good to wait for war to be able to get more revenue, but people are taking advantage of it, because it's there. And you can't run away from it. But we couldn't take that advantage. Our situation got worse because of poor management of our own physical space, which will change without an eye. And finally, like I said, somebody kept telling me that issue that people have been saying that if I become president, that there's issue of being, how do I say, what word do they use? Stingy. Pat knew the question of stingy. How are you going to manage? Because they said you'll be stingy and everything. And let me say it publicly that people don't know what it is all about. At the heart of poverty is capital formation. And you can't go about capital formation without savings. Even in the most developed world, which is why I said that Japan holds highest amount of US treasury. If you listen or you go and read about what Professor Ragnar Nask done in the 50s, it showed it clearly. Capital formation is the heart of poverty. Without capital formation, you have low productivity, low income, and you produce poverty all over the place. What I was doing as governor, I was the best governor in Millennium Development Goals by the UNDP. You can go and check that. It's there. I won a prize for the best road network. I won the Gay Prize back to back on health. You can go and see what I did in health. Build scratch, teaching hospitals and everything. Improved #1 in education. And above all, I was able to save because I believe in future generation. If you look at that savings, I said future generation funding because we want to have proper capital formation to drive tomorrow. If I have opportunity in Nigeria, no matter what we do, we'll do the same thing. We must save for tomorrow. Because that's how you form capital to turn around tomorrow. So as the end, I appeal to all of you. There's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time have come. Victor Hugo. The time today is to have competent leadership with character, commitment and compassion. And that's what Nigeria is yearning for. That's what Dati and I are offering you. Let's have opportunity to build a better Nigeria. Thank you.
A couple of announcements. First of all, INEC chair speaking here tomorrow, same time, 1 o'clock. You're welcome. It's also going to be live streamed. NNPP presidential candidate Wednesday, same time. And finally, again, just to thank Peter Obi for coming to Chatham House. And good luck in your campaign. And please, if you can just remain seated or on the side while Peter Obi leaves. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Hope everybody is having a good day and enjoying this fine spring weather. We're very excited to be welcoming Mr. Peter Obi to speak at Johns Hopkins SAIS. And so I'll make brief introductions and then we'll talk about the order of show. I'm Peter Lewis. I'm the Vice Dean for Faculty at Johns Hopkins SAIS. For many years I was Director of the African Studies Program, and I'm currently part of the faculty cluster with other colleagues who I see in the audience for African Studies, and it's a very strong and accomplished cohort. Lerna Deese, who is our current faculty lead for African Studies, is also with us. Oh, I see. Well, we have, there's a little asymmetry here, but we got the Nigerian. We've been struggling with that, and we want to make sure that at least there's symbolic. We're glad to have a strong representation of the Nigerian flag, and normally we would have the U.S. and D.C. as well, but somehow our protocol office didn't get the message. But this is not a problem. Our speaker today and our very welcome guest is Peter Gregory Obi, a son of Onitsha and Anambra State. He went to school at various places in Nigeria, in Onitsha, at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka, which I always have to tell this story. When I was a postgraduate student for my first time in Nigeria some years back, and I was just traveling the country, meeting people, being introduced to folks in Lagos, and so forth. And I was new to Nigeria. And people would introduce me to a person, and I would say, well, this person really is, you know, sharp and sophisticated, and they know the academic literature. Sometimes we'd have an academic conversation and so forth. And I would think, where did they go to school? Did they go to Oxford? Did they, you know, go to Harvard? Did they go to Berkeley? It was always University of Nigeria. That was always the and then before too long, I had the opportunity to go to Nigeria, go to Nsukka rather. And you'll understand why I'm saying this. I looked at it and I said, this is a dump. The facilities were absolutely bare bones. You know, electricity, water, state of the buildings, and so forth. This was obviously considerably post-Civil War also. And when I compared it to Ibadan, when I compared it to Lagos, the facilities, the physical facilities were in no way comparable. And yet the quality of mind and the quality of training and the academic accomplishments that were coming out of that institution were extraordinary. So it's doubly strong tribute, if you will, to what Nsukka accomplishes, and to this day. Peter Obi continued with his education at Lagos Business School. He did programs and certificates of various sorts at Harvard, at LSE, at Columbia Business School, the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern, and Oxford and Cambridge. So he has been a continuous learner and has had a continuous process of professional and educational development. And this led him initially to the private sector, where he rose to become chairman of Fidelity Bank, also chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission in Nigeria, and he held a distinguished leadership role in the private sector, and then moved in the Fourth Republic into party politics, affiliating with a variety of parties, the All Progressive Grand Alliance most notably, some affiliation with the NPN, and currently a Labour Party candidate. He served as governor of Anambra State from 2006 to 2014, winning election twice. And if you look at the Wikipedia entry, which tells some of the back and forth and to and fro, you'll see that there were a lot of headwinds during that governorship in terms of challenges, court cases, being out of office, being back in office. And I tell this story, or I underscore it, because again, it shows something about perseverance, about a fealty to the rule of law, about a willingness to fight in the face of perhaps unjust or unmerited challenges or usurpations of power. And as we know, the story ended well, and he came out on top and served 2 terms as governor of Anambra, including at one point vice chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum. And that brings us to 2023, when Peter Obi emerged as the presidential candidate on the platform of the Labour Party of Nigeria, and electrified large portions of the country with his so-called obedient movement, which gathered throngs, large enthusiastic crowds, a strong youth following, and a reasonably diverse, not to qualify it too much, but a reasonably diverse support base across Nigeria. And entering the race late and on the platform of a minor party, and without prolific or prodigious resources behind him, he came in a close third in the official count. Okay? We understand that the official count is the official count. But the point is, even if that were valid, even if we could take it at face value, that's an extraordinary accomplishment. Coming from nowhere in an oil-dominated state with 2 powerful dominant parties the NPN and the APC, with all of their resources, their ground game, their ground organization, and their visibility. This was indeed an insurgent movement which galvanized the energies and drew the attentions of many Nigerians for its prospect of a more youthful, a more vigorous, a better approach to governance, a more pragmatic approach, an effective management of the economy, and all the promise that that involves. So, if you'll excuse me, as an academic, I'm not issuing an endorsement, but I am, I believe, accurately characterizing the appeal of the candidacy and the mood of the moment in 2020. And so Peter Obi has continued to be a prominent figure in Nigerian politics and in Nigerian public affairs, and we are indeed delighted to be able to welcome him today to speak with us. So he's suggested that he'll make some modest remarks, and he said, I'm a politician, but I'll try not to go on too long. And then we'll sit and we can certainly have some conversation, and we'll have plenty of time for questions and answers from the audience. So without further delay, please welcome Peter.
Where do I start? Let me start by sincerely thanking those of you, Peter and your team, for inviting me, and all of you that are here. When Peter was doing his introduction, like I told him in his office, I don't like meeting professors who are able to talk because they know everything. I don't know what to say whenever I meet them. Thank you for the honor of inviting me and for being here with all of you. I think, like I just mentioned, I'm a politician, I'm a trader actually. So mine wouldn't be as good as Peter's own, who is a professor, and I have Professor Tommy, maybe they will assist me. But the topic today, for me, says politics and Nigeria. And I was telling Professor Tommy as we were coming, I said, politics and Nigeria, or do we say leadership and Nigeria? Because I think, for me, when you talk about politics, you talk about political leadership. And whenever you talk about political leadership, for me, it's about talking about the influence on a nation, on a state, because it doesn't exist in vacuum when you talk about politics. And when you talk about leadership, leadership is the bedrock of progressive or a progressive nation. It is the foundation for me for everything, because at the heart of any progressive nation lies a true and sacrificial leadership that prioritizes the need and well-being of people and the growth of that nation. And so is the reverse and everything. And what I've been doing, like I was lucky this morning to get a copy of Peter's book, Growing Apart, about Indonesia and Nigeria. What I've done in my little involvement in politics is to continue to study why is this nation doing well, why is this one not doing well, and continue to compare them and say, what is it that we're not doing right? Peter that I spent 1 week this year in Indonesia, meeting for the ministers up to the president, and just asking questions. What are you doing that we're not doing? And everything. And I've done that in different countries of the world, just comparing them with Africa, but especially with Nigeria. Because I can look at Nigeria past and see everything. And that's all I'm going to be able to talk about a little time I have before we enter into being learning from you, because the job of a leader is to be a good listener and a learner. Once you stop learning, stop leading. And for politicians and for people like me, I believe you must lead, you must not know everything. If you know everything, you should be in classroom, not in politics. Because politics is about learning. So I'm going to listen more to you. But when I look at the places I've been and incomparable states or nations with Nigeria, because I know people who are here in the United States, but I'm sorry, I always say, don't ever compare Nigeria and US. If you're doing it, you're doing the wrong thing. We have, because there's no need comparing somebody who is in the Premier League in football with the third division. It was everybody's time. We want to compare. We have comparable nations you can use to compare us. And that is why I'm in love with Peter's book, Growing Apart, because it's about Indonesia and Nigeria. And for our conversation this morning, I added other countries of the world. I added China. I know people will say, oh, China is still. No, I added China because even today, if you compare China and US in terms of per capita and everything, it's miles away. But we were there with China before. And I added Vietnam, that came out of the war and everything. And if you choose these four nations, why did I choose them? Because they also have large population as us. The least among the three is Vietnam with over 100 million. And then you have Indonesia with 283 million. And then of course Nigeria with over 200 million. And China with over 1.4 billion. And to compare this, I always look over a period of 35 years. 1990. Somebody asked me yesterday, why did you choose 1990? I said, well, if I go to 1970s, they say, oh, we just came out of war. If I go to the 80s, they say it's just 10 years. But I want to go to 1990, so 20 years clear after the Civil War. In that year was a year when they're starting what we now use to measure development. Because today, if you want to take up development of any nation, the number one measure of development is Human Development Index. That is the number one measure. And that is, of course, graded low, medium, high, and very high. And of course, everybody knows the tenets of that, the ingredients or tenets of that measure: education, life expectancy, and per capita income. If you go in 1990, was actually about the first year in which you can say that measure started. And in that year, the four countries I mentioned now, China, Nigeria, Vietnam, and Indonesia, were measured as low, medium. They didn't classify them just as being low or medium, but it's classified as low, medium, because if you look at the coefficient in which they used to measure it, they were almost the same thing. Nigeria was 0.438, then China was 0.499, and Indonesia was about 0.438. And the same was Vietnam. They were all within the same, and they were measurable. Indonesia, I think, was the highest at 526, but then they were all classified as medium. If you look at it in terms of their per capita, then they were similar. You have Indonesia at which was the highest then at $578. Nigeria followed at 566. Then, of course, we have China, 317. So we're higher than China. And then you have Indonesia, not even that, we have Vietnam, about 1/5 at $99 in 1990. You can go on in terms of poverty, the number of people living in poverty in 1990 in China is 750 million. Nigeria is 50 million. So they have 15 times the number living in poverty. Indonesia was about 85 million. Vietnam was 60 million. About 90% of Vietnamese live in poverty in 1990. And you can go on in other areas that you can use to measure. You find out that we are doing very well. Then, just look at 35 years after. In 2024, 35 years after, in terms of HDI measurements, Nigeria remained low. Indonesia have moved to high, Vietnam have moved to high, China have moved to high. 35 years after. 35 years after, in per capita, China that was below us is now about $13,000. Of course, Indonesia had moved from 578 to about 5,000. Vietnam, from 99 to about 4,700. And we're at 1,000. So China that was below us is now about 13 times where we are. Indonesia, Vietnam that was 1/5 is now almost 5 times. So is Indonesia. In terms of pulling people out of poverty, China from 750 million, 15 times our own position of 50 million, we now have more people living in poverty than China. So we have gone from being 1/15 to now surpassing that. In fact, we now have more people living in poverty than these 3 countries put together. And then you ask yourself, what went wrong? What did we? So then my question is, how did this happen that somebody who had 750 million people living in poverty now have only 50 million, 50, 55 million, and we have increased where we surpassed them? How did this nation, what did they do? Well, they invested in all critical areas of development. They invested in education. If you look at their literacy rate today, they are above 90, 3 of them. We are still hovering around 50%. They invested in health, and they invested in pulling people out of the poverty through consistent economic policies that were pursued vigorously. They fought corruption. You go there, they improve the laws in even what you can call intangible assets of insecurity, dealing with security issues, dealing with law and order, ensuring that there's more to do with it in terms of industrialization, productive and everything. So you look at it, what are they doing today to stabilize the economy? Nigeria, with over 200 million people, we barely make 10% of Vietnamese export, or Indonesia. I don't want to go to China when it comes to export. I'm just talking about these two. We barely make 10% of what we do. And you look at it like I was in Indonesia. We have all it takes and everything. And you can see it. We have become one of the hungriest countries of the world today. We're 109 of about 128 countries that measured. And today, we have over 65% of our arable land all cultivated, because it's not a productive country. Everybody is waiting for one month to go there. Nobody wants to be productive. And there's so many things, like I said in the Commonwealth meeting about 2 weeks ago, I was in Bangladesh. Bangladesh lives on 148,000 square kilometers of land. Nigeria is 923,000 square kilometers. So Nigeria is over six times Bangladesh in terms of land space. And if you consider that Bangladesh is at 167 million people, and we're about 200 million people. So there's more space than everything. But Bangladesh produces 57 to 60 million tons of rice. Nigeria does not produce 10% of that. It is that bad. The only export that makes money to us today is oil, which we're even stealing. That's the only thing we have. So Nigeria can make money, huge amount of money from agricultural export and products. Our biggest state, see me say this every day, is Niger State. 76.3 thousand square kilometers of land, fertile land. It doesn't feed itself, it doesn't do anything. It waits for whatever is going to be shared every month. When a tiny place like Netherlands, 33,000 square kilometers, so Niger State is 2.5 times the size of Netherlands. They did export in 2022 of agricultural products, $122 billion. That is 3 times what we earn from oil. Because we're not productive. We have a place like Borno State where we have Sambisa Forest, giving us all the problem of insecurity. Sambisa Forest area is about 60,000 square kilometers. That is 3 times the size of Israel. At 22,000 multiplied 366 plus 60 is comparable. But it's become a problem for us when it's an agricultural field. They can be used. And you can see this everywhere. I've been to Morocco and drove from Casablanca to Tangier Port. On both sides, it's all agricultural products. And I drew the same drive in Nigeria. It's an empty land with people who are hungry because they don't want to work. So I can go on and on. When I did this study, I could see what is wrong. And this can be solved by leadership. What you are seeing in Nigeria and probably in Africa is cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, where you've hired incompetent leaders without capacity, without compassion, commitment to do anything, and turn the whole place into a crime scene where people are just stealing public resources without adding any value. Because even different if they're adding value and stealing some. When you're just stealing without adding any value. Place where they have become unproductive. Because you could see that there's nothing happening here. There's no value added, there's no manufacturing, there's nothing. Everything is just there. So how do we solve this? You need to change your leadership recruitment. We cannot go on the method where we recruit people today based on maybe I'm from this place, I'm from that place. Because yes, Nigeria, many tribes. They don't have more tribes than Indonesia. They don't have more tribes than Indonesia. And no tribe have ever, that I know that buys bread cheaper in Nigeria, or buy food cheaper, or get anything cheaper. People have been recruited in Nigeria based on religion. No religion buys bread cheaper. Because Indonesia is a country with the highest number of Muslims living in any nation. And I went with 2 Muslims. And I went around the whole country and I asked them, did you see any Almajiri here? Did you see anybody begging here? No. Why? They invested in education. The more a country is educated, the more developed. It is not something that is difficult to know. Did you see anybody? So we went around, and what are they doing? They're investing in education. You can look it up and see. All the countries I mentioned now invest at least 3% of their GDP annually in health and in education. Indonesia have about 90% health insurance. I can tell that health insurance in Indonesia is probably more efficient than it is in the Western world. They have primary health care in all the villages, manned by a competent community health officer with 2 nurses and doctors visiting. Nigeria have less than 10%, about 5% health insurance, with over 70% of the health facility, the community health centers, not functional, with nobody to manage it. So it depends on where you are. If you're sick, the only thing you can do is to pray to God. That's why there's more prayers than dealing with the reality. Because there's nowhere to go to. And that is the crisis we face as an issue. Well, because the process has been hijacked by, I won't say bandits, but something near that. You hardly can take it back without the people understanding that they have a role to play in this in order for us to take it back. For our children, for all of us, and everything. So, for me, like I said, it's just to give you an idea of my own little contribution in my experience of traveling around and saying that the problem is leadership. All of us, I'm a leader myself. Some of us are involved. I'm not trying to blame A or B or C and everything. I'm just saying that we can see it. I've been part of it, and I've been an entrepreneur who started business from scratch. I've been in the corporate world in Nigeria, and I've been in the public space. So I know that what is lacking is visionary leadership that can focus and prioritize on doing what is right, ensuring the country is secure, Then nobody tell the country can be secure. Non-state actors cannot take over a state unless there's corruption. Same applies on the rule of law. These are intangible assets. Rule of law actually contributes more to GDP of the Western world than any other thing. And this is not sophisticated. It's something that we can do. So that's my conversation. I remember telling Gabe yesterday that I left Nigeria on Tuesday to Rome. And then, of course, quickly went to, as a Christian and a Catholic, went to pay my respects to our Holy Father, in Rome yesterday. I haven't been opportune to meet him for 3 times, and a member of his educational council. And then immediately ran to the airport, caught a flight to New York, and then from New York arrived here at midnight yesterday. And when I met Gabe, I said, "God, what am I going to tell them? You could have found a professor to do the lecture and listen." So mine is just to tell you what my experience is, and then listen to you and learn, because you have great ideas. You live in the first world, and I'm living in the third world. Now maybe there's any clarification, maybe I'll go back for it. So just learn from you what it takes to bring another world. But I think, above all, leadership. Thank you, and God bless.
Sorry? Okay, I think you can hear me. Thank you. That was a wonderful set of remarks, very provocative, very intriguing, obviously based on your own experience. So I'm going to throw out the first question, and then we'll open this up. When you think about where Nigeria is now and where it could go, based on the realities of Nigerian abilities, Nigerian talents, current state of Nigerian institutions, what would that process of change look like? I mean, we can think about a single administration or 2 terms of leadership really making a difference. Given even the baseline today, for all of the challenges. What would that kind of new bargain or new trajectory look like?
Well, let me attempt to make comments without saying I clearly understood your question, but quite frankly, for me, with all these things I've said, Nigeria remains one country that have incredible potential for turnaround. We have, just like I always say about Africa, and I'll be using Africa and Nigeria, have immense potential in terms of natural resources, human capital. I know it needs to be trained, but we have young age, youthful age, 60% of our age, and youthful people, very dynamic, very talented, if pushing the right way and everything, and all that. And in terms of governance, it's just to organize, like I said, competent leadership based on doing the right things. And I believe our political setup today, I've always said, we don't need first 8 years. We don't need second term, because I think it's part of our problem. We need people to just come for a single term. For me, it's 5 years. I believe whatever you can do. Yes, you might not be able to do whatever you think you're going to do in 5 years. That's what people say. But I say in 5 years, you can show the right direction if you mean well. clearly I've served, and I know that in the first 2-3 years, you can take those decisions that can make the place to be on its right path. We need to change our parliamentary system and bring in a system that will allow. We went too far going into American system of capitalism, in terms of governance system. We need a moderate side where we can be like what is happening in Indonesia or in South Africa, where we have proportional representation in the assembly, where we have opportunity of the president to be answerable properly to the assemblies. Today, if you make Peter president, I can decide not to talk to anybody. I can just hire some, maybe media talks, to be answering and calling anybody's name in social media and everything. So nobody, if the Prime Minister of India travels today, you can go and check it. Every Indian knows where he is at all times. Before he leaves the country, he will tell you where he's going. When he arrives there, he will say he arrived there. There's a conversation, he will do that. So is the president of Indonesia, under Widodo. Everywhere he is. But I can tell you, I don't know where our leaders are, what they do. The president said he's going for a retreat for 2 weeks. And after that, he extended, nobody's sure whether the retreat extended for years, but they extended 1 week after. When you chose to be in public life, the public must know where you are. You can stay in your private life. Today, I tell people wherever I'm going. When I arrived in Rome yesterday, people knew I was in Rome. They know I'm here now. And they know I'm going to live here to California tomorrow. Because you choose a public life. I can choose to go back to my family and decide nobody should know where I am. But you must be answerable to the people. That's why we need to change some of our political trajectory to have it proper.
We have a very engaged audience today. I'm going to open this up. What we'll do is we'll take 3 questions at a time, and we'll give Mr. Obi an opportunity to answer, and then we'll do another 3. So, questions. I see you, and I see you there, and I see this lady here. So I've recognized 3 people. Who's the first one? Please, yeah. And please introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi everyone, I am Awad Abdullahi. I'm a second-year MBA student here at Hopkins. It's very nice to finally meet you, Mr. Obi. I've been a huge fan. I don't think I've ever been starstruck by Nigeria. I think I was this time around, and I think I get it why I am starstruck by you, just watching you talk and just seeing you lay out the problems of Nigeria. I feel like you have a good system understanding of what the issues are. But having the understanding is one thing. I feel like implementing it in Nigeria is another thing, because Nigeria is a very frustrating country to lead, especially. My question is, you have these beautiful ideas on how you want to fix the problem. How do you plan on doing this? Because Mr. Peter Obi is just one man. There's someone that recently wrote an article about how if you swap the House of Reps and our senators and our president over and over again, and you bring random Nigerians on the street and you give them that power, they are prone to do exactly the same thing that is happening right now, because there is a belief that everybody is waiting for their time to plunder the system and all of that. What are you going to do differently? How are you going to recruit this supposed good talent? Because at the end of the day, I just feel like it's the same thing over and over again. People come, Buhari came with his wave of change. Some of us believed him and we got duped. And it's just the same thing over and over again. So what are you going to do differently beyond just the good, nice ideas and a good understanding of the problem?
Okay, thank you. Over here in the white
Hello, my name is Tochi Wu. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, by way of Imo State. My question is, you keep talking about the system, Nigeria, and obviously the problems in Africa. I think the best thing for our country is to have a constitutional rewrite. I think that we need to pit our destiny in our own hands and not the hands of anyone else. So I'm asking you, are you suggesting that we should rewrite our constitution to fix our system, or how can we effectively fix our system in Nigeria?
Great, thank you.
Effectively fix our system in Nigeria, and should we rewrite our constitution?
Yeah, should we rewrite the constitution and how can we fix the system? And then over here.
Thank you, Mr. Obi. My name is Ama Isman. I'm an MPH MBA student here at Hopkins. I'm from Ghana, not from Nigeria. But I came here because we're all looking for a message of hope. And we heard a lot about you during the last election in Nigeria. And one of the critical things we heard about you is that you're a man of integrity. My question is very similar to Awal's question. One man of integrity may not be able to change the system alone. How have you built a critical mass of people who believe the things that you believe and are willing to put in the work to build a country? And I'm asking this because, like me and other young people who know it will soon be our turn to lead our countries, what can we learn from your journey in finding those people and creating the army that's going to make that change? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Admirably clear and concise and brief questions. Thank you, please.
Okay. Thank you. You know, I've been asked this question very often. How will one person change the system? I can tell you one person can change the system, even in America here. Let me be honest with you. Everywhere you've seen change all over the world started with one person who mean well. You can study it everywhere. Whether it's, I don't compare that, but it's what compared. Whether you look at Singapore today, or you look at China, you look everywhere in the world, one person who means well, who understands first. Because like he said, you have to understand the problem first. It's like going to the doctor, and the doctor doesn't know what it's all about. He's going to waste all your time because he doesn't know what it is. You have to understand the problem. You have to be determined. That's why I said I have been an entrepreneur. And I have been in the, what they can call corporate space. And I have been in the public space. When I became governor of Anambra State, let me give you an example because you see, when I became governor of Anambra State, I've never worked in government for one day. Not one day, never had anything to do with government. People like him who, and those who made me here, I never had anything to do with government. I was in a board meeting as chairman of Fidelity Bank, then young man, and they said they've declared me governor. And I arrived there, first time, of course, we had issues with Anambra State then. My predecessor had issues, so the government house was burnt, so there was no office of the governor. The governor's lodge was burnt, so there was no place for the governor to live. There was nothing, and after swearing, they said, so where is the government house? Where is this? There was nothing. I didn't have a privilege of anybody handing me over, because my predecessor had issues and he had to leave, so nobody gave me a piece of paper. So I called all the people who are working in government. Can I have your plan for education, health, this, that? There was none. Immediately I created Ministry of Planning and Budgeting. So how do you, it's good. what is your budget and everything? I created that ministry and said, I want us to know this. And I said, listen, for us to do this, we must prioritize what is the, since luckily for us, we had the UN had developed Millennium Development Goals, and we said, okay, let's not go too far. Let's not drop this as our vision. Let's develop a strategy for delivering all the 8 goals simultaneously. So we developed what we call an Anambra Integrated Development Strategy, which allowed us to pursue issues. Number one was poverty, extreme poverty. We did a study. We were the first to do statistical record of poverty in Nigeria. You can go, all these things you can verify for statistical record. We did that study and found out that the biggest thing affecting poverty was people in rural area not having access to sell their goods and all that. And then we looked at the education. Anambra was number 20-something in WAEC, NICO, and everything. We looked at health. We were talking about primary health care when we didn't have one single school of nursing or midwifery accredited in the entire state. So all this planning brought out all this. And we said, how are we going to implement it? We didn't have money. So it became, how do we chop off money? That's how I shut down. Anambra then had a lodge, governor's lodge in Abuja. The governor doesn't live in Abuja. He doesn't have it. So I shut it down, shut down Lagos. We had several offices, like Office of First Lady. It was an additional confusion all over the place. We shut it down and everything. I said, no problem. I've been in my house with my wife and we're very close. And nobody elected her, so I didn't know what. They should create an office and buy a convent and everything. So we started shutting down everywhere to say we must save money on everything. Even the civil servants, there was no ministry. There was no secretariat when I started. There were one ministry was in this place, one is in this place, one is in, all scattered all over the state. So we said we must build a secretariat. So we started prioritizing governance. Started rebuilding, started saving money, started doing this. If you look at my impeachment, I was removed from office twice as governor. If you look at my first impeachment, you go and read the item of impeachment. Number one was repairing that my office, I said it was bought. The budget was 298 million naira, and I used 43,200,000 to do everything. That was the first thing. They said I didn't do it through the process. Number two was my own repairing my own lodge for 200, and if the budget was 483 million, I used 81 million to do it. So it became a problem. So everywhere became, so you can. And when you started, I found so many people, again, in recruitment, like you said, there's so many good Nigerians who are willing to work. I can tell you that. All you need to have a leader who is ready to do it, and they will follow. And if you talk about corruption, people talk about corruption every day. I say, oh, it's difficult to fight corruption. It's not true. If you're not stealing, your wife and children are not, you reduce it by 50%. Quote me anywhere. I've seen it. If because you'll be the first person to steal and other people will join. If you're not stealing, you will not have a head of service called Ngozi Melifomu. She's from Onitsha. When I contested for presidency last year, 2023, she wrote an article which is titled Stinginess as a Development Strategy. Because when I came, every day she comes to my office, crying and crying, and said, Peter, every civil servant is unhappy. everybody is unhappy with you. Same thing happens when I go to Abuja. The president will even tell me, people are not happy with you. And I asked the president, I never promised anybody happiness. I'm sure what I promised them. And if you want happiness, you go to the entertainers. There's people who already their job to do it. Mine is to do what is right. But what happened? When I started clearing the backlog of salaries, pensions, gratuities, they were like, where are you getting the money from? I said, it was the money that used to waste here and there and everything that I would have saved. And we're paying this because we're paying people. So you can get people. I always say to people, 75% of those who start with me as commissioners never campaigned with me. In fact, I never met my chief of staff till I became governor. I never met her before. But I can tell you she was very strong. Never, and I can go on and on. My commissioner from finance, all this. I never met them. But they were very strong people. Because they came, not just recommended, working with them, I could see the difference. So there's so many people, then nobody tell you that if you bring people from the street in Nigeria, they will be the same. It's not true. They need, that's why leadership is important. A leader inspires. He builds trust. So people can say, this is the man. If you bring something to my chief of staff and say, sign it, he will tell you, have you investigated the price? Are you sure what you're talking here? Because this man is going to full round now and find out how much they are selling this thing and come back and tell you this thing. Don't bring this type of thing to him because he doesn't like this. Don't tell him he's going to Commission Road because he will tell you how much classroom that will cost for the, so on and on. And the same thing happens everywhere. For the changing of the Constitution, well, let me be honest with you. People talk about constitutional change or amendment and everything. The Constitution as it is today is not as bad as people think. But let's implement what is there today. You know, the Constitution is not the reason why people are stealing. Because they want to steal. So we want to have people who mean well first. The Constitution is not our problem. The Constitution is not why we're rigging an election. No. We had a president that was elected, Yaradua, who on his inaugural day said the process through which I came into office is wrong and he was not allowed to continue. That's somebody, and he went doing the right thing. Throughout the period he was there, the few elections that were conducted, everything was right. It's just a question of leadership. It is critical. Thank you.
I see somebody back there, and then this lady here, and then over here too. Okay? Trying to be democratic here, both geographically and in other respects. Yes. And so please identify yourself, and concise questions are welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Peter Obi. My name is Chidubem. I hail from Ahiazo, Mbise, Imo State, Nigeria. My question for you is, how can a country like Nigeria reclaim sovereignty and economic control from foreign powers like Russia, China, other European countries who finance infrastructure or engage in proxy influence, then impose long-term and exploitive financial and political obligations upon Nigeria?
Thank you. There was one here. Oh, over here, yeah. And then I see this one.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adia Kelly. I graduated from SAIS last year, and I'm from a small country that rivals Nigeria. We are just 33 people in the country, Ghana. Yeah, so every time leaders meet and talk about Africa, we hear them talk about GDP and comparing ourselves to places like China, Indonesia, and Vietnam. But I never really hear them talk about the intersection of culture and development. Because these countries we keep comparing ourselves to are countries that have held for their culture and value system very well. Africa now is trying to be globalized in a way that, sorry, we kind of want to speak like an American and behave like, say, a Chinese person and all of that. But what are you doing as a leader to ensure that we still uphold those value systems that we had, those family systems we had, and how will that influence development in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. And then over here, I think we used to be on the aisle, yeah. The lady on the aisle, yes. We'll get the other gentleman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My name is Ezine Asor. I'm a final year MBA student at Johns Hopkins. I'm really excited to meet you. In fact, I was telling my colleagues that when you were campaigning for president, I was like, if Peter Obi does not win, I'm going to study. I am glad that you're here today. You're my motivation to come get a higher education. My question goes in line with, Africa, Nigeria in particular, has a very young and rich youth population. And I don't see so much of the youth playing much in politics and, being a part of the development of our country, probably because of the way the system has been shaped. So what's your plan to incorporate young people? We have a lot of smart talent here. In healthcare, I know a lot of people here in Hopkins are more like healthcare affiliated. But how do you think that young people can participate in Nigerian politics and also do our own parts? And my second question would be, what's your message of hope for someone like me who has a dream for Nigeria, but every time I look back, I'm like, can I go back? I want to do something. So what's that message of hope for someone like me who wants to or seeks to play in Nigerian politics or healthcare system in the future? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, let me start with you who talked about the issues of foreign powers. And one person who has always maintained, I don't think there's the issue of foreign powers when it comes to leadership. It doesn't need schools. Nobody can come and take what belongs to you or come to your house and steal if you're awake. If you're doing the right things, why are they not stealing from Asia? Why is our own different? Because there's a collusion with our own people. I come here very often. It will surprise you. People ask me about buying a house in America. Why would I own a house in America? I'm not an American, and I don't live here. So it is our own people who have decided to be part of that, and then they get a helping hand. Nigerians living in the UK, in the US, UK or Russia, do they do what is wrong here and not get punished? No. So why would somebody come to your country and do the same thing and get away with it? It is because our people are colluding with them. If you don't, they won't do it. I was governor for 8 years, and I can tell you, no foreigner, nobody did anything. In fact, at the time, like I always tell people, today I hear people say, oh, you're going to award this contract. I said, no, I was awarding the contracts to our people. Whether you say it didn't work or it doesn't matter. Somewhere we'll get it right. Let's keep doing that. I always use Innocent to tell them, when Innocent started his vehicle factory, I laid the foundation, and he came to tell me it's completed. I called the president to come and commission it. And I asked him, what are you doing? He said he was only doing passenger cars. Like, can you do buses for schools? He said, yes. I said, I'm ordering you 500 buses. Can you do vehicles for security? He said, yes. I ordered 300. Can you do SUVs for traditional glass? He said, yes. I said, I'm ordering 200. So I ordered 1,000 vehicles. And guess what? When I came back and told both the schools, traditional rulers and everybody. They said, no, that is wrong. Now nobody has tested his vehicle. Do I know whether the brakes are working? Do I know in case the people die, in case the children, kill school children, this and I say, well, listen, we will use it. Let those who remain after those who die, but it's this vehicle is what we are going to buy. And I paid him for the 500, for the 1,000 vehicle, 1 year upfront. Say, you build this factory here. We're going to use your vehicles. If anybody dies using them, well, God help, God has saved his soul. But this vehicle, till today, none have had accidents. And I've been there for over 10 years. What am I trying to say? We just have to believe in ourselves, do the right thing with ourselves, and don't start blaming another person for a problem. No, I don't believe in it. I don't think so. We should. And then, of course, you talk about culture. Yes. It's the same leadership problem. It's us that believes that, oh, well, you know, sorry, Prof, I'm sure you'll be wondering, why was this man going to different schools? I was actually trying to know whether there's anything different for them. That's why I was going to different schools. I said, okay, at that stage in 1990, in the 90s, I started from 98, I said, where are the 10 best schools? They listed them, Harvard, London School of Economics, Oxford, Cambridge. I said, okay, I'm going to go to all of them. Let me see whether they have two brains or there's something different. And Prof, there's nothing different. So the other one is their choice. The same thing goes with the cultures and everything. We have so many places. I ask myself, there's so many good places to go to Ghana for holidays, for example. Experience their culture. There's so many places to go in Nigeria. But guess what happens today? And Nigeria said it's going to holidays, is going to Dubai. Going to, you know, where there's actually no place of interest except hotel. You know? And it's going to Qatar. It's going to New York. I mean, is there any place of interest in New York with the Confucian there? But it goes to holidays there. But we have lovely, good sites in Ghana, in Nigeria. Again, you need to make it attractive by making sure it's secured. Because nobody will pay his money to go for where he will lose his life or be kidnapped. So these are things we still have to do in Africa to make it work. I'm sure if we do the right thing, people will come to us. Because we're more competitive. That drives into me. My sister was talking about the youth. We have one of the most talented youth. Very, very ambitious, entrepreneurial and everything. But they need encouragement. It's leadership. Today, I used to tell them that people like Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, everybody, were able to progress here because people saw what they were doing and gave them loan, gave them support, invested in them. In Nigeria, I can tell you as a young entrepreneur, you'll never get loan from anyone. Because if you go to the bank, the only loan you can get is when you bring buildings from your father, your mother, and everything. So all these things are, there's no encouragement. You know, even the system is against you. You know, you have, it is a place where even regulatory authorities, taxman, everything can allow me to go free while chasing the poor people on the street. Even police will stop you when you're poor to make sure that even whatever is left of you is taken away. So all these things are things we need to change with. I keep saying leadership. If you have the proper leadership, what else? Governor. I noticed something happened. In the morning I drive because I go to my office early in the morning and I see children just queuing up to pass, to go to school. And you see my own drivers who will come. They know these are kids. Just 1 minute, they'll cross. In fact, if they try to cross, the way they will. So I said, no, can you put a minute? Driver, this could be your kids. Mine is not there, but yours, I'm sure, is one of these people. What makes it difficult for us to stop for 1 minute for these children to pass? Do you know, at some time, they were stopping for everybody? Because they now know you can stop for people to pass. Because we see an old woman waiting to, and they will just, everything, they now know, I stopped them. When I started, we had this motorcycle rider. So anyway, I didn't know what they were, the value they were adding until the vehicle, their motorcycle spoiled, and they went for repair, and they gave me the bill. So I said, okay, they should come and actually tell me why we need it, because they're actually causing just confusion in the road. So when they said, I said, you know what? Find out whether the remaining two we have, anybody can buy it. So we sell it. So we don't need it again. So throughout my 8 years, we didn't use it. Because they were adding no value and everything. There were little things that people were doing. And I tell people that they won't understand. We shot the cost of everything. We had a stand like this. They say we are going to be carrying wherever the government is speaking. If you say the amount. And I said, so what does it do? Does it add anything to what I'm going to say? They said, no. I said, okay, don't worry. If we go to any place, don't have a podium, we'll speak from anywhere they have. Don't carry anything. So everything we were doing was, so you can't do those things to be able to find incentive to support a critical area, which is entrepreneurship, which only the youth can drive. So there's a hope. Involving youth in politics today is not easy because some of the youths themselves have got it wrong. They've now become tools in the transactional politics of Nigeria. So people pay them to cause confusion. As I'm here now, go to the social media, all those that are being paid 20,000, 40,000 monthly to abuse your youth, whom you are fighting for their life, because at over 60, I have just a few years to go. But we can get it right because there's an opportunity there.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize this gentleman here, and in the middle here, and then I think this lady over on the I was going to say lady in green, but that accounts for like half of the audience. Green is a favorite color, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome, Mr. Peter Obi. My name is Charles Afamo, and I'm from Mbo in Enugu State. Good to see you again. My question is boiled on 2 words: state capture. Nigeria today has been completely captured by people that are less than 1,000 of 300 and 200 something million people. They have captured INEC, Independence Commission. They have captured the army. They have captured the police. They have captured DSS. Every single security apparatus in Nigeria has been captured by these few individuals that are less than 1,000, controlling the whole country. You can't get them out. You can't vote. The vote won't count. They commit crimes. The police cannot charge them. They have captured the judiciary. So where's the hope? Where's the hope going to come from? So my question is this, and maybe, I don't know, if you have the answers. How do we uproot these people? Get them out? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Masham. I am currently a final year MPH MBA degree candidate here. And it's quite lovely to have you around, Mr. Peter Obi. I know we've been talking a lot about politics, leadership, and stuff like that, but I want to dive a bit into policy. And I want to be quite as practical. Recently, you've been talking a lot about healthcare reforms, some of which I have followed. I'm one of those who think that your healthcare reforms while you were a governor, because I'm a medical doctor, were quite controversial. And of course, I do know, for example, doctors were on strike for like 13 months. And, you know, many of that was because of the partnership thing you were trying to do with religious institutions and stuff like that. But when you look back to that issue, right, and how it was managed, you know, I want to believe it was a really challenging period for the state in terms of healthcare access. So when you look back, do you think that, you know, the issue could have been handled quite differently? And then how do you like reflect on that in terms of like lessons from there going forward with how you now view healthcare reform in the country as a whole, particularly with health workforce, because that issue was a very, you know, it was a health workforce issue with the commerce thing. So like your reflection on it, what do you think? Were there lessons that, do you think you could have handled it differently? And then how do you apply those lessons to the future?
Okay, thank you. And then finally, and unfortunately we're almost at time, but we do have a reception and we'll all be here a little while afterwards, but this will be the final question. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Henrietta Igomori. I'm an alumni of SAIS and a Nigerian. My question is, to Your Excellency, how do you think we can make democracy work for Nigeria, considering the fact that many of these countries that we've used as examples are actually communist countries, where a lot of policy and decision-making is centralized at the highest level? And for a country like Nigeria, having so many interests to balance, especially things like federal character and all of that, is that an impediment to our development and our growth? And also issues around media, just like the popular saying that says too many ants spoils the broth. I think trying to carry everyone along is sort of kind of slowing us down as a nation. So can we have an hybrid or a tailored democracy for countries like Nigeria? Because it seems like the kind of democracy that we have adopted is actually not as effective for us as for Western nations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with the issue of state capture. There have been state capture all over the world. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. What is peculiar to Nigeria is the refusal of the people to resist it. It's the refusal of the people to resist it. I was the first governor to go to court and stay for 3 years to become a governor. I was impeached the same month with 2 other governors. They left the country. I went and challenged the rascality in court. I said, no, it's wrong. And I gone back. I was the first governor to change the electoral date. Because I stayed 3 years before becoming governor, when they did the election in my state, I said, no, my tenure is not over. The Constitution says 4 years. And the same thing is what I've been doing since. Whether it's in 2023 or in anything, it's just saying, we're wrong. We cannot continue this way. We must try something else. So what we need to do is for Nigerians to say, we want things to go rightly. We voted culture. We voted tribe. We voted religion. Let's vote competence. Let's try that one and see whether it will work. That's what has been happening everywhere. We can get ordinary people. We don't need sophisticated. Look at what is happening in India with Modi. He's somebody who started his life as an entrepreneur in a small village and got up. Look at what we know they did in Indonesia and everything. So there's this to learn. I believe in learning and comparing ourselves every day. And that brings me even to what our sister said earlier about our culture. You just need to learn. I'm not comparing us with America. I said it when I was doing my delivery. I said, no. I'm looking at other comparable countries that were better off a few years ago. And now look at where they are. And we're still trapped in the process of the past and complain of state capture. People in INEC are human beings. People in the state police, everything is human beings. If we go to that electoral place and say, this election must count, they will count it. Quote me anywhere, they will count it there. And we can disagree and say, no, we didn't vote for you. We can. But what happens? Suddenly, somebody that is not voted for, who did not receive our vote, suddenly comes out and starts running around all over the place because we have developed a culture of celebrating promptings. And it's not running around. If he wants to come here, everybody assembles us, even Nigerians there, who will say, no, we don't want the meeting. He comes there as His Excellency. How can a thief be excellent? We know how we came and everything. So we can go on and everything. Even with what they do with terms of coming here, buying houses and everything. Somebody you know that doesn't have money yesterday to buy a house is coming here to buy. It's Nigerians that are introducing him to where he buys the house. And they are complaining. No, why did you call police and say this man has come? So we should do the right thing. If all of us get you talk about what I did in health. If I have the same opportunity, I will do exactly the same thing. No change. And I need to tell you what happened and what is happening then. When I became governor, I was the first person to ever bought an ambulance for a hospital. What you see today, even governors move around with ambulance. Go and ask them whether Peter Obi moved around with one. I bought one for each local government, 30 vehicles, and I want you to take this record. And I launched it. They gave me phone number, how I can call it, and they will come. I went to an event in Onitsha. I live in Onitsha, so I came back, went for an event. A traditional ruler, I'm going to call it now, traditional ruler of a community called Adaziani. His wife was very sick, actually. His wife had died in the house. He left where I was with him in a gathering and said, I'm running home. My wife is sick. When that event finished about 10:30 p.m. in the evening, I told him I'm not going to talk, I'm going to that man's house. And that man was just seated with me and said his wife is sick. So I cannot go. That's not good. My people say we must go. I said, no, I'm going there. I got there. I met a doctor who actually told me, your man is gone. The man didn't know. So I said, I'm going to take the man to the hospital. So I called that ambulance, which I bought. Me. I didn't say any other person bought. I bought them. I called them. That with that number they gave me, which we used to do the test that day. I called them. When we did the launching, supposed to react in 15 minutes. I called them, sitting down there for 1 hour. I didn't see any. They didn't even call back. Me, the governor, not ordinary people. Me who launches, didn't see any. I waited for another time. I didn't see any. I called a hospital called the Boromir Hospital. In 15 minutes, the ambulance was there. And we carried the woman into the ambulance. I told the traditional ruler not to follow me, because I know what's going on. I said, let me go. He said, no, you governor. I said, no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to go to the hospital myself. And I did. I went there myself. Of course, the doctors told me the same thing the doctor in the house said, and everything. I said, okay, let's just try whatever we can do and all that. We were there till about 2, 3 a.m. By the time they certified everything, took out to motion. Nobody called. They didn't call, but that ambulance, I don't call back. Oh. I got the next day, and I told the commissioner, please, we're investing in the wrong place. We didn't have school of nursing. We are talking about going to have school of nursing. When I know that growing up, they were told that in my primary school, the first midwife in Nigeria was produced by a place they call Iyenu. The first midwife. They still have school of nursing and midwife. That is not accredited. They have one in a place they call Waterside. They have one in a place they call St. Joseph's, others, schools of nursing and midwife. They have one in a place they call, let me remember his name, A Lady of Lost in Ihala. So there's a lot of them owned by the missionaries that were not accredited. And I said to the commissioner, we've done a wrong investment. Let's go and partner with these people. Because what we took to the public hospitals and everything were not being used. They were being diverted to private. So let's go and support these people who are doing the right thing. And we want to invest in them. Go to Anambra State today, whichever state you are from. Anambra have the best of hospitals. Let me tell you, Iyenu is not a teaching hospital by the university. Boromir is not a teaching hospital being used by a university. So these were places we went to invest. We have more schools of nursing than any other state in Federal Republic of Nigeria. These are open things you can go and verify. Because of that, we partnered with places like Diocese of Amici, the Anglican Communion. They built a school of nursing from scratch that is doing very well now. And all that and all that. Because we chose that we can't go this way. It happened to us in the school. I put money in school in my first year. In WAEC, we were number 26, or it was number, I think we were 25, or it was 26. The next year, I told the commission, we are putting money wrongly. Let's return this school to the owners, the church. So it's not only here they were struck. The schools were shut down equally. They said they won't go to school again until I leave. It was President Jonathan's intervention that made them open this. They came and said, oh, the teachers are on strike and everything. And when the federal government set up a panel to look into it, I was there. I said, we hired you as a teacher. And we're paying you as a teacher. But we return school to this person who is the owner. What is your own? Your contract is teaching. You go and teach because it's not the new owner of school. Why wouldn't you teach with them? They say, oh, now this thing. Suppose if they don't want them, I said, then you're not teaching well. They don't want you. Because we are looking for teachers. One of the schools we had issue with, we took in a school. The church went and brought the references, I think from Ireland. He came. He said, even to me, governor, he said, I won't have one student outside boarding school. They have 1,800 students. And I said, sister, how you doing? He said, all of them must live with me here. And everything. 3 months after, the teachers are quarreling with her. They say, oh, she comes to the class when you're teaching to supervise. He comes to stay in the gate. He comes to... I said, what type of thing is this? You're a teacher. The principal is supervising you. So once we finish this, when we're eating, I come and show you what the sister wrote me just 2 months ago about how well the school is doing. He said, God help you, started all this. I told him, I said, if you don't want to teach in that school, come with us, all of you, to our schools in different villages. Because the woman told me, said, these are traders, they don't want to teach, they don't know what they're teaching. So, go by, after 3 years, 2011, 12, and 13, we're number 1 in the entire country. So when you want to get things right, people say they're going on strike. Striking for what? It is just all those hospitals, all the ambulances we bought, go to EN, go there, you see, donated by Peter Obi. Because what happened? They are still using it. That one we bought, that nowhere can have. I've never seen the trace of it in my life. So you cannot allow that. If people don't want to work, we deal with people who want to work. Health is health. It doesn't matter when you're sick. They can take you to the missionary one. They can take you to the public one. Same thing with teachers. When we started buying computer for secondary schools, when we started trying to buy vehicles, generators for school, they said, oh, this one is private school. This one, I said, there are private children here. Our children are going to those schools. So we must buy computer for everybody. Go to HP. Anambra, maybe today, have bought the highest number of laptops, desktop for all the schools. We are the first state to put internet in all our schools. You can go, if you Google Microsoft, I say the relationship with us started Microsoft 2013 under Peter Obi. Because we said no, we have to, and we didn't bother which one is private. If you have private and it's working, like I told you in Amich, we had to give the bishop money, it was so hard working. Ikako, to start school of nursing from scratch. Go there is one of the best school of nursing in the entire country. So if we see somebody who wants to utilize money well, we'll give the person. Why put it in a place where no, it's not going to work? That's the problem of Nigeria. I want to invest, like the young girl is saying, we want to give people who are talented money to do something, not dump it in somebody whose ideas have left his brain and is wasting everybody's time. No. So it is not about, we didn't want.
Then we have
Someone talk about democracy. And undemocratic countries. I don't think the countries are compared with the undemocratic. Only China may be. Indonesia is democratic. And I'm happy that Peter Lewis has been Indonesia. Vietnam is. You cannot have a situation where in 1990, per capita in Vietnam is $99. $99. In fact, Vietnamese entire GDP is under $10 billion in 1990. Not 99, 1990. With per capita of $99. And Nigeria, as at that time, was almost $55 billion, almost $60 billion. And then today, Vietnamese GDP is almost $500 million, with about $450 billion, with $4,700 per capita. And we are below 1,000. It's unacceptable. They are democratic. What they did is very simple. We can do it. They didn't even have oil. It's not coming from oil. They export more footwears, probably than 50% of what we earn from oil. It's like Bangladesh. Bangladesh exports more clothing than we earn from oil. We have so many tailors all over Nigeria and everything. It's encourage them. Talented people. So there's so many things we're doing wrongly. We need to learn it. They're democratic. These are studies that are empirical and clear. It has nothing to do with being undemocratic. It has to do with bad leadership.
So on that note, I'll end with both a thanks and an apology. We have a highly engaged and very accomplished audience, and we could obviously field 20 or 30 more questions, and we would be here for a long time. But Peter Obi has other engagements this afternoon, and we want to have some time for interactions and maybe one-on-one with audience members. This has been a thoughtful, wide-ranging, and very impassioned conversation about leadership, and about the Nigerian prospect. So please join me in thanking our guest. And then afterwards, please enjoy the reception and the conversation.
Thank you very much, every person. Professor Peter Lewis will always underrate himself. This whole thing is about Professor Peter Lewis. We can't thank you enough. He was my professor. He was my major professor over 12 years ago when we started this. And Professor Peter Lewis, we really can't thank you for the intellectual harvest which has been focused on Nigeria and Africa, and we keep improving and focusing on. And I think our very good friend, I find it difficult addressing. There was a time you came to chair an occasion for me in Abia State, and he said, any day you call me Your Excellency, I'll stop talking to you. So I don't know how to address him. I had gone for a funeral in Anambra State, Oka, and I was walking on the street after paying my condolences, just like you did. And there was this black bus stopped by me, and I told the person I was with that they had come. I spoke to people, they had come. I don't have kidnapping value, so I jumped the gutter. I jumped the gutter on Oka Road in Oka. And then the bus stopped, and two people who were, I think, security came and said, come, you are being called. I said, you didn't see me. And then there was Peter coming out. Peter said, Gabe, come, let's go. I said, I've been there. He said, go. I was walking the streets of Oka. Come and see the tumultuous crowd following and cheering Okute, Okute. And I said, I've never seen any person who is so sure, loved by his people. So, Mr. Peter Obi, on behalf of the faculty, through Professor Peter Lewis, and the students, my colleagues, MIPP here, we want to thank you so very much too. Professor Pato Tommy, Chief Tony Okeke and his wife, Rebecca, Dr. C.Y. Oji and our daddy wife, Casey and Ogo, Dr. Kano, Professor Nena Kano, Chief Omuka, Dr. Chukwuemeka Ochi, all of you, we can thank you. Dr. Nwabisi Elelenta, Elele, Bariso Keigwe, we see all of you, Dr. Tony Keme, and Franca Amadioga, I don't know why I saw Franca behind it, okay. And Prof, Peter has a few things to give you guys. This is from Peter to you. And then Joy, Lawrence, and Erica. These two ladies, these two ladies have worked so tirelessly. When we came here for the MIPP event 2 weeks ago, they brought me up here. I said, here, come and see. We're going to give you where you have, if you open these blinds, you see the Capitol, White House. So you are in a very special room with a panoramic view of this wonderful edifice of size. So from Peter to Joy, this is Erica, come up too. And my niece is in the audience. She's a councilwoman. She's an American, but she's also a Nigerian. She's the highest Nigerian elected official in America. And Councilwoman Roxanne Demomado, she sent me a text because she has an event she's coordinating that Peter needs to be, so we'll be leaving shortly. Professor Polycarp Ikolebe and Rose from Kent State University will recognize you too. So please, thank you so very much.
Okay, enjoy.
Sorry, I forgot Professor D. Oparoji. He is actually the chairman in the US of Peter's party.
Look at you working. Oh, okay, with the lead. Oh my God, so my little baby.
This is my friend Zero. Hi, Zero.
I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria.
Many thanks, Olumide. And we have Valentine Obianyim. He's the media aide to former Governor Peter Obi. He joins us to look at the Anambra debt profile. Good morning and thanks for joining us. You listened to Mr. Nwokoye on this matter. He did say your principal didn't leave what he said he left in office. Give us your perspective to this particular one, because we saw you on so many other platforms giving out comments and statements on this particular one. What exactly is this true state of account as at the time Governor Obi left office?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that when this controversy broke, I got in touch with my boss, who is in Cambridge, undergoing leadership training. So I told him what happened, the press conference, the denial. For once, I saw him in a very bad mood. He said, Val, why? These people should have called me. If there is anything confusing about my handover note, these people should have called me to a round table, and I will explain that to them. Having said this, let me go straight to the question. The issue of handover note, 75 billion and all that, and the press conference, everything about the money Mr. Peter Obi left is documented. In this case, I prefer we deal with documentary evidence. It's not enough to call a press conference and say certain things. When Mr. Peter Obi handed over power, he organized what was called end of tenure report, and he invited everybody. He went to that forum with the President Governor, His Excellency, Chief Willie Obiano, and there were all the bank managers there, and he read his account, what he is handing over to his predecessor, and he never said 75 billion naira cash. Mr. Peter Obi said 75 billion naira cash and investment is clearly written, and he clarified it on so many fora. So I'm surprised when somebody is saying that he said he left 75 billion naira cash. It was 75 billion naira in cash and investment, and he broke it down. Talking about the cash, as at the time he left office, he invested 26.5 billion naira in 3 banks. He used to buy foreign denominated bonds: Access Bank, Diamond Bank, and Fidelity Bank. And then he said that the state had about 26 billion in local currency. But let me even use this opportunity to tell you that it's even more than that. Because, you know, in accounting, I'm not an accountant, but in accounting, you give room for certain things. The money he left is actually over 37 billion naira in liquid cash, and then 26.5 billion in foreign denominated bond. Others are high yielding assets. Talking about the money, I have a publication here, which I will show you. Like I said, in matters like this, one has to be mindful of documentary evidence. If you look at this now, this is Fidelity account, Fidelity Bank. The money Anambra State has in Fidelity Bank as at March 17th, 2014.
How much is that?
Fidelity Bank only, Anambra State has 12 billion 846.
That's at March when?
March 17th, 2014. The day he handed over. So I have the...
March?
Yes.
Handed over in March, huh?
March 17th,
Okay.
yes. I have the bank, the account number, the account name, the bank, and the amount left. So if you want, I can leave it for you for verification. Then Diamond Bank, the same thing, account name. Oh, just I made a mistake. Fidelity Bank is 19 billion 354 naira. It's Diamond Bank that is 12 billion 846. That's what he left, and you can see it. Account name, account number, the money left. Then
you know, we must take into cognizance that these are not notes that people have written. These are not the actual account slips of the state or from the banks, as it were. So some people might raise questions with this. But as you rightly said, I mean, they say you say that you left 75 billion naira in cash and in investment.
Over 75.
They acknowledge that there were some investments made, but they also say that there was also a huge liability that they had to meet. And the reason why they've come out to clarify what it is that was left is because some people have the impression that, you know, there's one money somewhere that the government is refusing to spend. Do you have a problem with that?
Okay, let me quickly round up on the money left, and then I'll answer your question. Then the same thing with Enterprise Bank. If this thing were not correct, nobody would have put the account number. Any person can verify. And then talking about signed documents from the bank, let me give you an example. This is Diamond Bank, 17th March 2014, certified.
I'm sorry to
certified by Diamond Bank, signed. These accounts.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. The total amount of cash which you are trying to refer to, because you also talk about 75 billion naira. Over 75 billion naira. So how much, if you're very particular about the cash, because that's why you're reeling out this bank details for us, how much in total would you say that there was in cash left as at the time you handed over, the governor handed over power?
37 billion. in local currency, and then 26.5 billion in foreign bonds. 37 billion naira in local currency. Okay, so I'm saying that they dispute that figure. They say they met that was what it was in their handover note. 9 billion naira cash, 26.5 billion naira in euro investment bonds, in bonds as it were. So which is about 35, if you were to look at it as to be near cash, there's about 35.5 billion naira in cash, as it were, or near cash, as it were. Do you have a problem with them clarifying to people who think that there is a huge stash of money somewhere, and asking for payment based on that belief? Do you have a problem with them clarifying what their stance is? Well, that's the reason why I said that my boss wasn't happy over the development. He felt that whoever is in charge in Oka would have called him to come and clarify if there was any mistake as regard what he handed over to them.
You think that is a slight on you, or the governor thinks that, the former governor thinks that it is a slight on him, or does he want to deny this government the right to be able to clarify things as they feel?
Well, we are all human. We know that every act has its principle. Mm-hmm. If there is a government in power, and if there is any question of dissension, the first thing you have to do, you have to exhaust all reasonable channels. You meet the man. If after the meeting and nothing is settled, you can now go public. It's as simple as that. But then let me. He asked a question. She asked a question. The liabilities, 86. They mentioned 86 billion. The contract.
185
billion. 185, and they said that Mr. Peter Obi paid about over 70 billion and left the rest for them. Let me ask you a simple question, please. Can somebody define what a debt is for us? If somebody comes to you and say that you're owing him or her, what does it mean?
What do you think it means?
Is it not for, you've not paid him either for services rendered or for whatever he has done for you? Governor Peter Obi awarded contracts. In fact, let me tell you, before he became governor, or when he became governor, previous administrations owned billions in contract. He came on board. He paid all of them. Let me use an example with gratuity and pension. Anambra State was owing over 35 billion before Mr. Peter Obi became governor. He came and liquidated the debt. And then, today, he awarded contracts, and he paid mobilization, and he paid for all the certificates generated. In fact, but before he left office, he was not owing a single contractor. He was even the one who was asking the contractors to.
So he had paid the contractors for jobs not yet delivered.
What they're calling debt are contracts not delivered yet.
But you're saying that the governor was not owing any.
No, he was not owing any contractor. He paid for all certificates generated. And that is the principle of contract. If you go to Procurement Act, you even know that if a governor or if somebody in position of authority pays somebody in advance for work not done,
Just let me 1 second. Are certificates not generated after the job's been done?
No, it's after the job
has been done.
So,
but but now you're saying that the former governor paid for all certificates generated. In other words, the jobs had been done.
Let me give you an example.
No, where the jobs done.
Let me explain. If somebody awards 100 kilometers of road, they do it piecemeal. They can't finish the road in a day. So the person doing the job, if assuming he has done 15 kilometers, based on that 15 kilometers, he will now generate a certificate, and he will be paid for job already done.
So were the contracts completed before Mr.
No, the contracts, not all contracts.
So where did the incumbent governor go wrong in saying that the former governor left him projects that were accruing to over 70 billion that he needed to take care of? Where did he go wrong in saying that?
The figure is not right, but he is wrong in every respect. With due respect to him, as I've tried to explain, the principle of contract is that you pay for what has been done. As at the time Peter Obi left office, he paid for all jobs done. So if he awarded a particular contract and 50% of the job was already done, he paid for that 50%.
Let me comment here quickly. You said he was shocked when you put a call through him.
Absolutely.
Through him, telling him what exactly is happening here in the country. Why was he shocked? What's the relationship between him and the governor at the moment?
If you know Peter Obi, in everything he does, he has the interests of Nigeria at heart. He has the interests of Anambra State. Every day you meet him, he keeps telling you that he's praying for Nigeria and for Anambra State and for God to direct the present governor to deliver all the goods for the state and the people of the state. And that defines his relationship.
I'm being joined by the spokesperson of the Peter Obi media, Alhaji Yunusa Tanko, who joins us live here in our Abuja studio. Thank you so much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me, Sean.
So,
good evening, Nigerians.
Can you give us clarity? What is on the mind of Mr. Obi? Does he want to run as a vice presidential candidate alongside Mr. Atiku Abubakar, who says he's going to run again as long as his energy and power permit him? What exactly is on the minds of Mr.
And he
Peter
also said that he'll be willing to support Peter Obi if the party support a southern candidate.
That was his initial. But the recent one, he says he will continue to run.
Yes, so I'm just reminding you of some of the two statements that he made. But let me make a clarity here. His Excellency Peter Gregory Obi is not interested in a merger that is only for the interest of seeking power. He is interested in a merger that will bring Nigerians out of the poverty level, bringing the Nigerian people to a comfortable state of health care, making sure Nigerians have potable drinking water, making sure that Nigerians have the issues of problem of power supply being solved. So therefore, he is interested strongly on a merger that is driven by ideology and a program. But if it's only for the purpose of power, he is not interested. So therefore, as we speak, I am so surprised. I thought I was so pessimistic as regard to the issue of taking people out of poverty, being my antecedent, working with Ghani against poverty and all. I've never seen somebody who wake up in the morning and anything he has in his pocket, he just say, Tanko, what do we do? I have some small money in my hand. Can we invest it in the area of bringing those children that he visited in the north out of this particular quagmire of Western education? Can we invest in them? So he's so passionate about seeing Nigeria work, not passionate about only getting power. So he has always said it, that he just wants to see Nigeria work. So eventually, if issues of merger comes about, it has to be seriously and very vigorously based on the program for the interests of the Nigerian people.
So
I'm not desperate to be president of Nigeria.